Good afternoon. This is the regular March 14, 2023 City Council meeting. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Stanton.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Ross.
Here. Very good. Ms. Bjork, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes, Mayor Ross.
Okay, very good. Well, that will go to public comment, 3 minutes on any subject that's not on our current agenda, but still within the purview of this body. Madam Clerk, are there hands online that are raised for public comment, general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 5 hands raised. Please keep your hand raised if you wish to speak in general public comment.
Okay, may we have the first speaker, please?
Certainly. A moment here. And for members of the public who are ready to participate, we now have 12 raised hands. Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm also going to announce that we're going to cut off for 2 minutes or 2 o'clock and 10 minutes, 2:10, raising new hands for general public comment.
Very good. As we're doing this remote meeting, members of the public who are commenting, I am going to be running a timer from my phone next to my computer, not very fancy. So please listen for that. And I will jump in and tell you at 3 minutes. Okay, our first speaker is Jeff Schaefer. Jeff Schaefer, please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Ross, members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the public. Jeff Schaefer, I am the Santa Barbara Catalyst for Kingdom Causes. We also contract with Westmont College, Urban Initiative, and Bread of Life, where students from Westmont College engage in meal sharing with street friends every Thursday night. Recently, rumors have been growing that with people experiencing homelessness and our partners with SB Act and the Neighborhood Navigation Center, that there might be a desire to remove the NNC from the park on Thursday nights. While I don't know if officially that's been expressed or whether that will be at some point, what we're hoping for is just clarification and transparency from the city. And in the meantime, I just want to remind the City Council and city staff about the arrangements that were made in the past with Parks and Rec, Public Health, and the city of Santa Barbara, where at one point there were 3 meal sharings at Alameda Park, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Together, we work to collaborate all those into one to reduce impacts to the park. We also went through all of the processes for providing insurance, creating MOUs between our partners, signing out our spaces, and going through all the meal sharing protocols with public health. We did this in partnership with Parks and Rec to kind of protect the sustainability of the meal sharing, and did this with full awareness of Joe Sacre and Rich Hanna. And I was told if we went through these processes, we would kind of secure the sustainability of the effort. And over time, this has grown. The success of it has grown through SB Act developing it into a neighborhood navigation center, which Kayla will talk about a little bit later more. And has been extremely successful in street exits, especially as well as it kind of got combined with the mapping process for Dignity Moves. We've seen several people that came for years to Alameda Park who were homeless for years get indoors, including one person who I've known for at least 17 years that has just entered into Dignity Moves. So while I'm no longer with SB Act, I'm still involved every Thursday night, like I said, with Westmont, mentoring and coaching students through the process. And so I just want to remind the city that we're talking about citizens of Santa Barbara who are on the streets experiencing homelessness, and really that the NNC is working It was developed, it started as relief, but it's moved to solutions and has been extremely helpful in actually helping the city reduce impacts of homelessness. And I would just ask for transparency, like I said, and a message that's kind of straightforward so we can know how to work going forward. And really just to kind of leave the process alone. It's working. In fact, we believe, if anything, there should be more support for what we're doing for all
End of time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Gorman will take the next speaker, realizing how many that we have. Any speakers that have raised their hand after that, the first 12, we're gonna have to add on to the end of the meeting because we'll be on our 30-minute time limit already.
Very good. And I'm going to read out the names of public speakers here. I'm going to read the next 5 so you know you're coming up. The next 5 are Amy Von Protz, then Daisy Beeman, Wendy Santamaria, Sarah Veek, and then Hannah Bangs. I will note that the 2 hands that were raised after the initial list were Patricia Guerra and Raymond Appleton, so they will not be part of the first initial group of public comment and will come in the second group. Okay, we have Amy Von Protz. Amy Von Protz, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amy Von Protz, and I was here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I was here at the last meeting asking for. I just want to reiterate what my I do small projects for people in the city. You know, small bathroom remodels, small kitchen remodels. And lately I got a plan check fee for a 53 square foot interior remodel, no exterior changes, no additional plumbing fixtures, no square feet added, no structural. And they gave me a price of $3,098.59 for, again, a 53 square foot remodel. And I'm just pleading with you guys to just reiterate my plea as to establish a smaller bracket for fees for smaller projects. These people want to do the right thing. They want to get building permits. The contractors want people with building permits, and a fee of $3,000 plus is not something that you know, just a homeowner doesn't want to pay that much. And I think some money is better than no money, because if these fees keep going the way they are, people are not going to get building permits and the city's not going to get any money, where at least they could be getting something. And I just really want to reiterate and plea with you guys to please make a bracket for these small projects. Do the right thing, let the people do the right thing, and let the contractors be safe. And you know, if you don't have people out there getting building permits, things are not going to get inspected, and then you could have shoddy work. So again, this is my plea again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Daisy Beeman. Daisy Beeman, please go ahead.
Thank you, City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. You have heard the call to action posed numerous times, and it's important enough to bear repeating. Ban rental evictions. The Santa Barbara Tenants Union and supporters have asked the City Council to enact stronger tenant protections that will eliminate the loopholes that allow rent evictions and its resulting substantial rent increases. I fully endorse their efforts. It is essential to adopt and enact stronger tenant protection to prevent the continuing increase in evictions, which has led to local displacements, gentrifications, and homelessness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Wendy Santamaria. Wendy Santamaria, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Wendy Santamaria, and I'm a community organizer with CAUSE. Let's talk today about what a rent evictions emergency ordinance could look like. I want to believe we're all on the same page. We want our city's housing to be safe and healthy. We want repairs to get done in a timely manner, but we don't want displacement. We don't want to see families out on the streets because of repairs that should have been handled by the owner in a timely manner. Or worse, we don't want families out on the streets for bogus or non-essential reasons. Cosmetic upgrades don't need to displace families in order to occur. You only really need to remove a family to go around the legal 10% state cap on rent increases. And we see this happening in our communities almost daily. What we need is an emergency ordinance requiring a lot more than a quote unquote intent to remodel. We need landlords to relocate families when a substantial remodel is necessary for health and safety. We need families to be offered a right to return guarantee with the same lease agreements and rental rate upon completion of work. Otherwise, another quote unquote remodel is just another family being put out on the streets. And then the onus to house this family gets transferred to the city. And realistically, how many families can the city help get out from homelessness the more this keeps happening? We all know the resources for it are already stretched thin for this. It's gotten far too easy for landlords to claim a renovation of any sort to evict families en masse, only to slap a coat of paint and raise the rent another $500 to $1,000. And this is not an exaggeration either. We can only sit and watch for so long because yes, people are leaving town to find cheaper housing elsewhere, but that housing isn't infinite either. We will reach a tipping point where the amount of families and tenants getting displaced will be overwhelming for the city. Not to mention, in combination with the natural disasters we're seeing occur more than ever, homelessness will only become more and more deadly. And it's these natural disasters that is the very reason why we're all calling in today right now. You know, right now we have the luxury to shelter away from the storm, and don't our city's families deserve that too? Not more stress from the fear of being thrown out on the street with their children. I'm asking for your vote soon to make rent evictions a thing of the past. You have the ability to drastically help Santa Barbara tenants and your constituents have a more stable and healthy home by simply saying "I" when the time comes. Our communities need you to use this power in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sarah Veek. Sarah Veek, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I thought I had 3 minutes. I'm Sarah Veek, a member of Santa Barbara Tenants Union, a resident of Councilmember Sneddon's district. Thanks to the council and Mayor Rouse for listening to our concerns. In the past meetings, people have made what I think is a strong case for a ban on rent evictions. However, I think many of the arguments would appeal mostly to those of us who believe that people being displaced from their homes is an issue that we as a community have a collective responsibility to prevent. But I'm aware that some people are more of the opinion that whether or not a person has a home to live in is a private matter left between that family and the housing market. So I'm going to try to reach across the aisle and make some points that might resonate with these folks. The other day I saw a post on Nextdoor about how Savoy Deli can't serve dinner anymore because they can't find workers for that shift. And there are a lot of people commenting that people are fed up that no one wants to work anymore. And I share a similar frustration. Not only are some landlords not doing the work of maintaining their properties, it seems that especially since the pandemic, more and more people are flipping rental properties and creating new financial products derived from rental real estate. Folks like Matt Seamus are taking advantage of people's basic need for shelter and limited options and mobility to take the money we spend so much of our time working for and turn it into a larger and larger stream of passive income for themselves. People were raised with good values and appreciation of hard work. You'd think that rather than get a check in the mail that comes from displacing families from historical working class Mexican American neighborhoods or tripling the rent of elders on Social Security, they would find a more productive way to earn income. Savoy Deli may be hiring. Another issue is excessive regulation. Tenant protections are not the only regulations that shape the housing market. For instance, the ordinance is maintaining the 3-story white colonial aesthetic or one obstacle blocking the building of the abundant low-cost housing this area needs. Another point is that while we all know that the protection of private property is a major principle in this country, people often equate private property rights with the rights of the landlord. However, the leasehold is also a form of property right entitled to protection. A final issue is crime. It seems that law enforcement is tiptoeing around certain demographics, by which the criminal element in this group is causing a lot of harm by price gouging exposing people to dangerous conditions and all too often lying about renovations. If we believe in law and order, no one can be above the law, yet somehow law enforcement has the time to prosecute street vendors who have so much more to lose, while unscrupulous landlords continue to commit far more harmful business crimes, but rarely face consequences. Thank you so much for your time in considering these points.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will be, hold on one moment. Our next speaker will be Kayla Peterson, followed by Rick Hansen, Chelsea Steele, Stanley Zankov, and Amanda Zavala. Then our final speaker in this set will be Laura Causey. So Kayla Peterson, please go ahead.
Hi there, Mayor Rouse, City Council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Kayla Peterson, and I get to work with Jeff Schaefer and the others at Kingdom Causes. And much of our work is centered around collaboration, empowering student leadership, and solutions-oriented approaches to complex issues. And I just want to echo a lot of what Jeff shared regarding the Alameda Park Neighborhood Navigation Center, the communal environment it creates for Santa Barbara City residents, including those without homes, the solutions-based approach to assisting individuals in receiving services, and the collaborative model of service provision. Much like Jeff mentioned, I'm hoping that there can be some additional clarity on this issue. And I'd like to talk for a moment about some of the successes of the NNC and why it works so well. As part of the SBAC team last year, I and the SBAC team worked with many of our local partners to replicate the NNC model based on the original framework of Alameda. There were challenges, as there are with any efforts to create new iterations. And now SBAC facilitates these distinct NNCs effectively with consistent data collection and a host of collaborative partners. Alameda Park has remained the most effective NNC model for a few reasons I believe support its continued operation at Alameda Park. The first is that many folks already spend time in the downtown region, proven by the data collection and the homelessness management information system. Alameda Park is proximate to where folks already spend their time. To remove this neighborhood navigation center would leave folks in the same region, but without the straightforward access to service providers who help them navigate a complex system. The NNC at Alameda Park has proven instrumental in connecting folks with shelter beds when shelter solutions are available. The success of Dignity Moves is due in part to the collaborative efforts of city, county, and service provider partners working together to identify vulnerable individuals and link them to Dignity Moves staff. And Alameda Park on a Thursday night was where many of these connections were fostered. The NNC also helps case management staff establish ongoing relationships with folks experiencing homelessness in our community who need services the most and who frequent Alameda Park. Without this space to build consistent, trusting relationships, we know that many of these providers will not be able to connect on an ongoing basis with clients. And without this connection, folks will remain unhoused. In my time on the SBAC team, I experienced numerous moments of on-the-spot collaboration at Alameda Park. And I believe that without this space at the Alameda Park NNC, those conversations would not happen with the same degree of effectiveness. The Alameda Park NNC is at one time a gathering of Santa Barbara City residents in a park, which is what a park is made for. It's also a solutions-driven response to the crisis of homelessness in our community that cannot be solved without creativity, innovation, and partnership. The team of partners at the park has cultivated this with transparency, flexibility, and commitment. Indeed, in supporting this NNC, the city of Santa Barbara represents the best of itself, its compassion and creativity. I believe the NNCs have proven themselves effective in linking folks to services and shelter, the baseline needs for our unhoused neighbors in Santa Barbara.
End of time.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rick Hansen. Rick Hansen, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Rick Hansen, and I live downtown Santa Barbara. I'm currently suffering from a eviction notice issued by Dario Pini against me and my housemate. I've lived in this cottage that we live in for 25 years, and my partners lived there for 40 years. I'm not asking for more relocation money to leave Santa Barbara or any kind of handout. I'm not asking for anything that the city doesn't already want to stop or believe their laws actually do stop. I want the city to act to close loopholes so that I can get a written lease like the law intended and don't have to leave Santa Barbara for, at best, minor cosmetic repairs. The city and the city council can act in many ways, but not acting is enabling Dario Pini and other landlords who ignore the law. When everyone hears Pini, they think he's the only one. They like to blame him. But the city council has heard from many others, and that's just the people who know that they can speak out, have the time, still live in Santa Barbara, and are not afraid. Pini isn't unique. He isn't noticing anything that the other landlords don't. He isn't exploiting the city in any creative or more nefarious way from the others. Pini isn't the only landlord who never offered a written lease. He isn't the only landlord who sees rent evictions as a loophole to quickly remove the obstacle between him and windfall profits, that is, us, the longtime tenants that make up the majority of this city. The technique Pini and the other landlords use is in two parts. Number one, try to force people out. Two, rent eviction. They keep us unstable and vulnerable because they don't offer a lease, because they never offer a lease. And that loophole and the rent eviction loophole can be fixed. I believe that the city intended for the law to work. And this way, and the city council can and should act to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chelsea Steele. Chelsea Steele, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing us out today. I'm also here in support to ban rent evictions. This loophole to increase rent makes this already insecure housing situation even more impossible for people to keep up with. As I'm in school for mental health, one of the biggest stressors that I experience myself and others around me is related to finding secure and affordable housing. And knowing that loopholes like rent evictions are possible makes dealing with this housing crisis even more dire. It's really heartbreaking to know that especially local families that have been here for many, many years are being pushed out. Please show that you care for your community members and act to ensure protections for renters. You can start with banning rent evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Stanley Zankov. Stanley Zankov, please go ahead.
Hello, council, staff, and fellow community members. I'm here again today as a co-founder of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union and as a longtime working class renter who cares deeply for our community. I'm back here again today along with so many of our neighbors who you're hearing from, community leaders, and other folks who are really fed up with the lack of strong tenant protections that we really dearly need and have been needing. Including our concern that the scale and severity of rent evictions is really tearing apart our city and the social fabric that makes it thrive. As we've shared before, the term rent eviction refers to the process of circumventing our existing tenant protections and the flipping of rental units under the guise of renovations. It's causing the displacement of people, almost always working class neighbors, and often longer term tenants, many people of color, folks with disabilities, or folks who are, aren't documented. And it also just incredibly limits the amount of remotely affordable housing stock that we have in this city. So it's causing harm on that systemic level as well. I know the city staff are true experts in this, and that they might have some really great recommendations as to how to protect our tenants from this. Some policy terms that they could really seriously consider are the banning of evictions of tenants for substantial renovations that do not include habitability concerns. Many of the cases we're seeing are evictions for very minor and substantial and simply small cosmetic changes that allow these flipper companies to replace the renter and jack up the rent. You shouldn't be able to push out a tenant to just slap on a coat of paint or replace the sink. The city should require that permits for substantial renovations be pulled before they go through the process of evicting the tenant. Folks are getting slapped with an eviction notice on their door before permits are pulled, if they even are, and they hardly rise to the intent of the law saying it's substantial or that the work would even take the tenant being out of the unit for more than 30 days. If substantial vetted habitability renovations that truly require the unit to be vacated for more than 30 days, then the city should require that the landlord allow the tenant to then move back in with the same lease agreement terms and rental rate. And finally, the city should really go after bad faith companies who engage in this horrendous process of renovicting. They can ensure that renovations are done in good faith, that permits are pulled, that all of the conditions mentioned above and more are happening, and then actually go after and increase the penalties on the bad actor companies who do it. These harmful flipper companies are pushing people out when they just want to circumvent the state's 10% annual cap on rent increases. And don't get me wrong, we absolutely need to build.
End of time.
Oh, shoot.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we will have Amanda Zavala, and then our final speaker in this set of public comments will be Laura Causey. The other public comments on items not on the agenda will be heard after the agendized items. Amanda Zavala, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Amanda Zavala. I am a local nonprofit worker that has been living in Santa Barbara since 2014. I am here to discuss rent evictions. Evictions under the guise of renovation have pushed out an incredible amount of long-standing local Santa Barbara community members, intensified gentrification, and has driven up the overall cost of living in Santa Barbara astronomically. Those who keep Santa Barbara's economy afloat, the teachers, landscapers, restaurant and service workers, childcare and hospitality workers, cannot afford to exist here. We cannot continue to allow the short-term profits of property owners to destroy the very foundations of what makes Santa Barbara what we know and love. Families are being evicted and needing to uproot their entire lives just so that their old homes can be turned into Airbnbs or rentals for high-earning remote workers that do not contribute to the rich tapestry of the Santa Barbara community. These rent evictions are unfair and inherently immoral. Thank you for your time. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker in this set is Laura Causey. Laura Causey, you seem to be logged on twice, so I will unmute you here, or you may unmute yourself. Go ahead and unmute yourself and speak, please. We'll see if this works.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Laura Causey, born and raised in Santa Barbara. My father was one of the old Italian stonemasons that blessed Santa Barbara with its beauty. I'm glad you all can enjoy it. I had to move. I was renting from probably Dario Pini's students. There were people, Beth Amin, Rolando Gingras, who I don't think there was one legal thing they did as a landlord. I rented an illegal unit. I didn't know that. There was no heat. I didn't know that until winter came and I asked where the thermostat was and they giggled and said, oh, that's just like glamping. Just wear layers. So years later, after the space heater exploded, I thought by then they would put a heater in the units. But no, besides the rats, the mold, the termites, the daily harassment, I had to report them to city ordinance, and I received a 90-day termination of lease. They tried to evade any type of relocation. This was a no fault. They even put no fault, no cause that I created. I was always on time with my rent. I paid my rent every month for 6 years. But the day they lived on the property, so I was harassed every single day. Harassed, abused. They wouldn't let me do my laundry. They would follow me to and from my car. I had to leave, and I couldn't find anything affordable except in Thousand Oaks, which I actually couldn't wait to flee to because my life was so crazy with those people. I never got a 1-year lease either. So what I'm saying to you is this has been the worst thing I've ever experienced. I was a native of Santa Barbara. I loved the fact that I had roots there, and now I'm just, fortunately I saved money to move, but I could have been like many other people and ended up in my car. Do you understand this? These people did not even pay my relocation. I had to. I have legal aid assisting me still with this issue, but I'm just sick. I'm gonna turn 60 years old this year. We don't need this. We don't need this. Beth Amin and Rolando Gingras are like the darlings of Santa Barbara, but they were so evil, and no one knows the truth of what these people did to me. And they abused my little 15-year-old dog too. It's just been disgusting. And finally they put a heater in as I was moving out. So they started their renovation situation, the renovation, whatever, because they are gonna raise the rent. They wanted me out so they could raise the rent, 3 times as much. They actually even said that to me. They're like, you don't pay that much rent. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there further speakers?
Mr. Mayor, no further speakers within that first group.
Okay, very good. Then we'll hold the other ones for the end of the meeting. We will go then to the consent calendar. We have some items to read.
Very good. And regarding those further public speakers, I am going to read the names now. There are 3 people that are logged on. I have your name, and then I'm going to lower your hand so it's clear who is raising their hand for the next item. So it is Maria Chinkota, Daisy Beeman. I believe you already spoke in public comments, so not Daisy Beeman. Raymond Appleton, and Patricia Guerra.
All right, very good.
Give me one quick moment and I will make sure we have that. And I will lower those hands. Okay, I am gonna lower those hands. Thank you for your patience here. Okay, we now have the consent calendar. I will read a few items for the consent calendar. Item 2, 2002 to 2022 to 2025 Fire Management Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding and Amendment of Resolution Number 22064, the Position and Salary Control Resolution for Fiscal Year 2023, Ordinance Introduction Resolution. Recommendation that Council A, ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Fire Management Association Bargaining Unit by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022-2025 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Fire Management Association. And B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22064, the Position and Salary Control Resolution for Fiscal Year 2023, affecting the salaries of certain classifications in the Fire Managers Association, effective March 11th, 2023. Item 3, increase in construction contract change order authority, an amendment to construction management services for Las Positas and Modoc Roads multi-use path project resolution agreement. Recommendation of Council A, authorize an increase in Public Works Director's change order authority to approve expenditures for extra work for the Las Positas and Modoc Roads multi-use path project with C.A. Rasmussen Inc., contract number 26722 in the amount of $130,300 for a total contract authority of $13,069,304. B, authorize the Public Works Director to execute the Second Amendment to the City Professional Services Agreement number 26723 with Philippine Philippine Engineering Inc. in the amount of $34,560 for construction management services for a total contract amount of $1,073,715. And C, adopt by reading title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to allocate available appropriations for the Las Positas and Modoc Roads multi-use path project. Item 4, establishing new sister city of Miraflores, Peru, and dissolving association with San Juan, Philippines, sister cities resolution. Recommendation that Council A, adopt by reading title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara providing for the establishment of a sister city relationship with the city of Miraflores, Peru, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, California, dissolving the sister city affiliation with San Juan Metro Manila, Philippines. Item 5, adopting City Council Rules of Procedure resolution. Recommendation that the Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting rules of procedure governing the conduct of City Council meetings and rescinding resolution number 22013. And that's all the items to read, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Are there any items need to be pulled by any council member? Yes, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just had a question about the Sister Cities item. I don't know if I should ask that now or.
Yeah, now would be the time.
Yeah, I was just hoping to get a little bit of background on the process of the sister city, how cities are decided to be let go and how others adopted. Just a little bit of background on process on that.
Very good. Who on staff is going to address that, Ms. Bjork?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sutton, I think that will be me. I am probably not the best person to address it, but I did try to find out what was behind this. And my understanding is that these are the recommendations of your sister city committee, and that the sister city committee has subcommittees that are specific to each of the different sister cities, and that the subcommittee that was specific to the sister city in the Philippines was very inactive and no longer interested in being active. And to their report, the Philippine city also was not interested in continuing the relationship. With regard to the new city, I'm a little less clear, quite frankly, as to how that was determined to be a new sister city. But it is the recommendation, and it was the vote of your sister cities committee to make these changes.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk, do we have any, are there any further, by the way, further items by council? Okay, seeing that, are there any public speakers to these items? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Hannah Bangs has her hand raised. So I will inquire, Hannah Bangs, which item?
Is it about, the item?
And it looks like she has lowered her hand, so I do not believe we do have a hand raised from Margaret Saavedra, who I believe is on the Sister Cities board.
I believe so too. Please, Saavedra, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to respond to Ms. Sneddon's question and how a sister city is chosen. We actually have spent quite a bit of time setting up criteria. They are actually on our website. We do have criteria. And so we get a presentation from a sister city that's interested, and then it goes through a process of establishing a committee in the sister city that's requesting it and a local group here. And it is a process that we have a small committee that reviews it. And after everything is completed, sometimes it takes a year, sometimes it takes 2 years. In this case, because of COVID, the Miraflores group started the process 2 years ago, and they have stayed with it, and they have gone through changes in Miraflores, Peru, but they're still consistent. So they're very excited, very happy to be a new sister city in Santa Barbara.
Thank you so much for your service.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, do you need to vote on that separately?
No, I'm
okay, very good.
Thank you.
With that, then I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
I'll move the consent calendar, Friedman.
Move Friedman,
I'll second.
second Harmon. And we'll need a roll call vote on everything today. May we have a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Russ.
Aye. Thank you very much. That concludes the consent calendar. Do we have a report from the Finance Committee, Mr. Friedman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, the Finance Committee met and approved recommendation for the full council approval of the annual comprehensive financial report, which was item 10 in the consent. And I just really briefly want to thank all of our staff, in particular the finance department, but all our staff throughout the city, because it is a year-long effort to make sure that we have the best practices so that when we do the annual comprehensive financial report, we get full approval. We have an outside auditor that comes in, and we've had the last 34 years, we've received awards for the highest standards. And it does have benefits, and it is something that is used. This statement is used for when we go out for bond financing, which was explained to us when we go out for the police station. They look at the annual comprehensive financial report. So it has those real world implications on when we go out, and it translates very well for us. So just want to thank our staff for putting this together. It's a lot of work. And again, it's day in and day out. It's not just a report at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. We'll move then to the next item. Do you have something to read, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have item 13, 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2024 through 2028. And just logistically for staff, you can just say next slide and I'll advance the slide for you.
All right, very good. All right, there's Mr. Pease.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I wanted to invite our Public Works Director, Mr. Maurer, to introduce this item with a few comments. He's available. Now I can jump right in.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'll keep my remarks short and get it back to Mr. Pease to get on with going through, which I think is a well-prepared presentation on our 5-year CIP. It's interesting that just about 2 months ago on January 19th, we made this presentation to Planning Commission, and I prefaced our presentation with the remarks that I asked for their forgiveness that we weren't completely prepared because the staff had been so overworked during the response and then recovery from our 2 storms in early January. And I did not think that we'd be 2 months later remote because we're experiencing yet another major storm here on the South Coast. But here's where we're at. But in this case, I think what you'll see is a very good presentation. Let Michael go through it, and then we have quite a lot of staff standing by to answer any specific questions you have. So unless you have any questions for me, I'll turn it back to Mr. Pease.
Doesn't appear that anybody has a specific question, so please continue the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Maurer. I'm Michael Pease, Public Works Business Manager. Excited to present you today the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2024 to 2028. So today's purpose is for council to receive an assessment of proposed and unfunded vital infrastructure needs and to accept the 5-year CIP. Next slide, please. Actually, next slide, please, after that. Thank you. A capital project is generally defined as an activity that creates, improves, replaces, repairs, or maintains a fixed asset with a total cost in inventory of $100,000 or greater, with a life expectancy of more than 5 years. Examples of fixed assets include land, parks, buildings, streets, bike paths, bridges, stormwater facilities, and wastewater systems. As shown on the screen, one example of a capital project is the Las Positas and Modoc Roads multi-use path project that constructed a separated pathway for bicyclists, runners, and pedestrians of all ages and abilities along the Las Positas and Modoc roads. For budgeting purposes, large one-time expenses such as major software applications and studies or plans are also included in the CIP for transparency and communication with the community. Next slide, please. The CIP is a planning document for capital improvements over a 5-year period, including information about the necessity for such improvements. It identifies unmet capital needs based on anticipated funding levels. It also provides a plan for capital improvements for preparation of the 2-year capital budget for the next budget cycle, and it assists with securing grant funding. Next slide, please. Selection of projects for the CIP does not follow a single priority setting process due to a variety of specialized funding sources and the framework of adopted plans and policies. The common theme in the prioritization process includes safety as a primary objective, followed by maintaining existing infrastructure. Rather than combining all projects in the CIP into a single list to rank and prioritize, projects within each program are prioritized by that program based on their needs, plans, and funding. As shown on the slide, needs, plans, and funding combine to aid in prioritizing projects in each respective program area, such as Creeks projects being prioritized separately from airport projects. Projects listed in the first 2 years are considered budget-ready projects and have been prioritized by that program area to become the foundation for preparing the city's annual capital budget. Next slide, please. Combined, funded and unfunded projects total roughly $1.58 billion. Approximately $563 million of total funding, shown in blue, has been identified and proposed, with an additional $212 million in Measure C funding, the smaller blue piece, to be allocated during the budget process. Unfunded projects total $805 million in orange, including future needs that are beyond the 5-year planning period. And this is over the course of the entire 5-year CIP, including future needs. Next slide, please. This chart shows where proposed funding is coming from. Proposed projects total $775 million. These projects have identified funding or are proposed for funding. Starting with the largest piece in the upper left, Measure C projects with proposed funding total $206 million in orange. Water, wastewater in light blue and gray have a combined total of $239 million, which include enterprise funds and state revolving loan funds. Grants and public-private partnerships from various sources total $83 million in yellow. The airport includes enterprise funds and Federal Aviation Administration funds at $78 million. Streets and Measure A funding combined total $57 million, and the waterfront totals $48 million. Next slide, please. Unfunded projects total over $805 million. This chart shows who is looking for funding. A large amount of unfunded projects totaling $369 million are seeking grant or public-private partnership opportunities. Since there is uncertainty associated with successful grant acquisition, these projects are considered unfunded for purposes of the CIP. Also unfunded, airport projects totaling almost $109 million in orange, the upper right. The anticipated debt issuance for the police station of $80 billion in green. General fund projects at $103 million in dark blue in the lower right. Waterfront projects of $52 million in blue at the bottom. and the waterfront desalination project future need totaling $50 million. Next slide, please. I will now share some department highlights from projects in the 5-year CIP. Next slide, please. Priority funded projects for the airport department include an airfield drainage study and various airline terminal projects to address capacity constraints and repair and maintain existing facilities. Next slide, please. The Information Technology Department is proposing to upgrade the data center at Fire Station 1 with the intent to make it the city's primary data center, and also to upgrade technology and equipment for the city's Emergency Operations Center. Next slide, please. A priority project for the fire department includes providing an equipment replacement schedule for funding essential response equipment, from breathing apparatus to jaws of life, allowing the fire department to provide emergency response with high-functioning tools. Next slide, please. To keep pace with community demands, renovation of the Central Library lobby is a dire need to improve accessibility and visibility to the library lobby. Another priority project is a master plan for the East Side Library. Next slide, please. Significant parks and recreation projects proposed for funding in fiscal year 2024 include the Dwight Murphy Field renovation with $6 million in funding to match that of the Strong Foundation and grants, and also the West Beach Splash Playground project. Next slide, please. Also proposed for funding in fiscal year 24 for Parks and Recreation are the Franceschi Park renovation and the Municipal Tennis Center renovation projects. Next slide, please. The biggest issue for the police department is replacing the seismically deficient, outdated, and undersized police station. This much needed project for our community and the police department will result in greater efficiencies, greater work satisfaction, with improved recruitment and higher retention of officers. Next slide, please. In Public Works, downtown parking priorities include ongoing maintenance of downtown business corridors and the long-term maintenance and repair of city parking lots and structures. Both annual projects. Next slide, please. High priority projects for city facilities include repair and replacement of the city's radio infrastructure and also replacement of the citywide telephone switch. Next slide, please. Significant projects for streets and transportation include the Mission and State Streets Lighting Corridor project that is grant funded, and the Milpas Street Crosswalk Safety and Sidewalk Widening project that is largely grant funded. Next slide, please. Streets and transportation projects also include recently grant-funded projects such as Cliff Drive and Urban Highway to Complete Street, the Lower East Side safety enhancements, and the West Side and Lower West Active Transportation Plan. Next slide, please. The De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Project is in design to revitalize the heart of our city, our town square, and to celebrate the rich history of Santa Barbara that surrounds this special place. And the State Street Promenade redesign is an unfunded future need estimated at $80 million. Next slide, please. Moving to wastewater, significant projects include the Braemar Lift Station Rehabilitation Project, totaling about $7 million, and the El Estero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project, proposed at $30 million. Next slide, please. Major water projects include the Cater Reservoir Resiliency Project at $26 million and the Vic Trace Reservoir Replacement Resiliency Project totaling $43 million. Thank you. Major waterfront projects include the annual heavy timber and pile replacement to maintain the structural integrity of the iconic Stearns Wharf, and also remodeling beach and waterfront restrooms. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Energy and Climate Division of the Sustainability and Resilience Department is leading the implementation of the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan through a Sea Level Rise Adaptation Program, with other departments taking the lead on needed capital projects specific to their area of expertise. The division is also leading grant-funded sea level rise projects, including the resilience modifications to the Harbor Breakwater and Groins project on the left, that includes a feasibility study of options to raise and otherwise modify the breakwater, groins, and walkway to reduce flooding and storm damage, and to prepare for sea level rise. Also, the Sustainability and Resilience Department is leading the development of a regional shoreline monitoring program, including 2 years of pilot monitoring in coordination with other regional, state, and federal agencies. Next slide, please. Other high priority sea level rise projects include ongoing planning efforts to adapt the wastewater and water system infrastructure to the impacts of sea level rise, especially south of Cabrillo Boulevard, and including but not limited to the Charles E. Meyer desalination plant, groundwater wells, and piping in low-lying areas. Another priority sea level rise project is the waterfront sea level rise adaptation that will implement selected measures from both the feasibility study just mentioned on the last slide as part of the resilience modifications for the Harbor, Breakwater, and Groins, and a 30-year waterfront adaptation plan project, including $30 million proposed beyond the 5-year horizon of the CIP document. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation of the CIP for fiscal years 2024 to 2028. Representatives from each department are in attendance, as Director Maurer mentioned, to assist with answering any questions. And again, today's purpose is for council to accept the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2024 to 2028.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pease. Do we have questions from council members? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you for presentation. I just have a question that I get from the public a lot of times about roads, and then the order of operations of which roads are up next or which zones are up next. And can you let us know where it is that any member of the public can see if their road is on deck in the next 5 years or not?
We do have our acting streets operations and infrastructure manager, Derek Bailey, available, and Director Maurer available, if either of them wants to answer that question.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, this is Derek Bailey. We don't have a fully developed 5-year look ahead yet. So we don't make it public. What often happens is we have kind of our wish list and the streets that, in our opinion, are in most need and provide the best value for maintaining our assets. but it's a bit of an iterative process as far as dialing in the exact order of things, because we're also trying to schedule things with waterline projects and making sure that we're not going ahead of them and ending up with a trench in our street or an Edison project. So typically the first 2 years are pretty solid. And then beyond that, it's very, there's a lot of moving around just to make sure that we're not doing things out of order with other utilities. And also stability of budget's been an issue for the last few years as well. There was a dip in our revenues when COVID was at its peak a few years ago. So that's also affected our schedule. So short answer is we don't have a fully developed 5-year look ahead. We are working on getting better maps facing the public for 2-year projects. That's something we're working on.
And maybe I could ask a follow up to that too, because I think it's been really excellent, the coordination with the water mains and other projects. And that's something been very responsive to in the past. And just sort of a question about, not to get district specific, but a lot of times the street projects have had priority that were the most traveled, so downtown or in high traffic areas. But then if you could just tell us how hillsides or other areas that might not be as much road traffic on them, but how they get prioritized in the queue.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, great question. So we have 2 ways of delivering pavement maintenance projects. We have our in-house crew, and we keep them very busy. But in order to get the city to our pavement condition index overall condition goals, we also need to use contracted services. And the contractors are generally a little better suited to the projects on the more heavily trafficked streets. So we do prioritize the more heavily trafficked streets. They also tend to be quite a bit more expensive because of the depth of the repairs that are needed. So the contracted work tends to be on the busier streets. This past year, there were streets like Mitchell-Traina Street, Chapala Street, those kind of streets. With our city crews, that's where we start getting into some of the more residential areas, and we're kind of rotating around the city. And again, it's we strive for some geographical equity, but in any given year, we are trying to avoid the work that water has coming up in the near future, as well as the Edison work. So, for example, this past year, we were able to do some of the hillside neighborhoods. This spring and summer, we're going to be moving into the Mesa. So just there's that kind of rotation going around, but a lot of it is driven by some of the upcoming utility work that has to be done.
And I really appreciate that. I've gotten a lot of letters of appreciation for the road work that's been done and sort of broadly through the city. So really, thank you for that. And then I had, oh, yeah.
Councilmember Sneddon, if I could just add on, of course, Mr. Bailey is by far our expert, and everything he said is spot on. I just take it up to programmatic. Of course, safety is our #1 concern. And if any portion of a road degrades faster than we expected it to do, we will address that one way or another to ensure that it's a safe road, a safe pavement structure. I think it goes without saying, the last 3 months have probably seen more degradation of our pavement structure throughout the city than we've seen in probably the last 5 to 10 years, just because of the amount of rain we had and just hydraulic fracturing and everything else that occurs. So that is also going to cause us to take a look at our program, because some roads have degraded quicker than others, and that might move them further up in the queue. So all the things that Mr. Bailey said are spot on, but of course, safety is first. And then we also want to pay attention to the cost of repair. So if we see a road that all of a sudden it looks like the cost is going to be much more expensive, we're going to want to move that up closer, as to not let it get even worse.
I really appreciate that. That brings me to my follow-up question about, well, I was really happy to see that you're looking at future funding for sea level rise, and that's, you know, across departments, and that we know that that has impacts. So my question is about the storms and the recent storms. And does that, I mean, are you anticipating that a lot is going to have to be sort of shifted, or is it already within budget, or just sort of how is this playing out in terms of repairs for work you've already done? Actually, too, a lot of the roads that you just paved are already having storm damage.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, good question. As Mr. Maurer kind of alluded to, the storms have kind of exposed how fragile a lot of our streets are, and really how the condition of these roads has been left untreated for so long. And Measure C has been such a blessing that we've finally been able to put resources towards the roads, but there's a lot of catch up to do. As Mr. Maurer said, we are going to prioritize roads in terms of safety. There may be some money available from FEMA to repair some of the roads that have been significantly damaged directly related to the storm. But you know, generally, other than safety considerations, we need to continue on with the program. And you know, with our current funding levels, we think we can get to about a 70 PCI, which is kind of our near-term goal by the early 2030s. But if we can continue that on in the future, if we can get up to a 75 or an 80, it's actually less expensive to maintain roads at those levels than it is as a 70, instead of having to do the more significant repairs to bring them back into good shape. So what we're really looking for is just stable funding so that we can just get into this routine of just cranking out the projects year after year.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions. In terms of all the projects, how is staffing affecting our ability to deliver the projects? In particular, engineering. I know we've tried to target more engineers, but how is that affecting our ability to increase our PCI or even deliver some of these other projects?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, great question. And again, I thank the mayor and council for what you did for us several months ago when we took a hard look at our engineering salaries. And when we did that out of cycle, we determined they were significantly below market, came back to you, and you approved salary adjustment there. And the impact has been significant. We are very close to getting to where I would say is full employment within our engineering positions. Of course, you're always going to have some change, and some of that's good because people get promoted and things like that. So to answer your question specifically, it's affected our ability in many of our projects or implementing our capital improvements program significantly because we're just now filling those positions over the last 4 to 8 weeks. Looking forward, certainly into FY24, we are anticipating a much higher level of productivity and the ability to make a serious dent into our capital improvements program. To Mr. Bailey's side of the house, we've committed to expending the Measure C money for the paving program. So that is one area where our execution levels are very high, and we are committed to maintaining them at that level.
Great, that's excellent news, because I know we were really short-staffed in engineering for quite some time. So, and it's great, especially after this year with all the rains, that we're going to be fully staffed, because it will present more opportunities, but also a lot more work, I would think. So, and going back to the sea level rise, Mr. Maurer, or I don't know if it's Mr. Maurer, but the presentation noted that it's greater than 30 million over the lifetime of this that we're trying to plan for. So are we waiting for specific projects to come out of that and fund it, or are we trying to build up some type of reserves when those projects come in? And in particular, we're talking about the breakwater, and I know that there's discussion on whether to raise it or not, and that's going to be a big project. So how are we planning for significant projects like potentially the breakwater?
Well, Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, I'll probably turn this over to Ms. Hetrick, but we've been working very close between sustainability and resilience and public works. And I would just say programmatically from the public works side, in the near years, so the next 5 to 10, 15 years, our focus is more so on inundation and storm energy projects that are necessary to address the impacts of those. Sea level rise is certainly happening. There's triggers in our coastal adaptation plan. So those big capital projects that are going to result from that are probably on the outside of our planning window right now, but I'll let Ms. Hetrick talk about that. But if you look at the whole holistically, it's again, storm energy, inundation, what we experienced actually between the two big storms in January was very heavy surf, and we saw a lot of damage down at the waterfront as a result of that, and very expensive damage. So those are all things that we need to consider. And at this, I will turn it over to Ms. Hetrick.
Councilmember Rouse, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, Melissa Hetrick, Acting Energy and Climate Manager. Mr. Maurer is correct. Right now, our feasibility studies, so getting to the point where we have a plan and design plans is currently grant funded, predominantly at the state level. And we are trying to set ourselves up so that those studies are done before the $500 million that was designated by the state for sea level rise planning is finally distributed in the next 5 years, with the hopes that potentially we could fund some of those projects through that state funding. We are also will be pursuing FEMA funds for those projects, which increasingly prioritize climate projects.
Perfect. So a lot of that would be, we anticipate get grants and from the state and others for those. Perfect. Thank you. Just 2 more questions. Ortega Park, this is for Parks Department. Could we just get an update on, is it in the unfunded or is it partially funded? And the reason I ask is it is coming up for project design approval soon, and then we would anticipate needing to raise funds for it. And it's such an integral part of the east side. So I just wanted to get an update on Ortega Park because I didn't see it in the presentation here.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, there is funding proposed for Ortega Park in fiscal year 25. The proposal is for $500,000, which would go towards finalizing any design drawings and/or matching funds for grants. We currently have enough funds in the capital program to take us through final design and construction documents, but no funds designated for construction yet.
Thank you. And then my last question, it's just at a high level, the State Street is 80 million, was in the presentation for when the master plan is done. How are we planning for that? Because it's obviously not gonna be done all at once. Is it something that we would anticipate phasing? And again, are we eligible for grant funding for that? Or is that something that we're going to have to budget within our means like Measure C and others funds?
Councilmember Freeman, through the mayor, this is Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner. For the State Street project, again, there's no defined project at this point in time. We're still in the master planning effort headed up by Tess Harris in Community Development. This is the second time this project has appeared in our capital programming. Because we don't have a defined project yet, we had a ballpark between 40 and 80 million. Once we continue through the master planning process, we'll have a lot better idea of what the costs will be. And as far as for funding, we probably anticipate a multitude of funding sources, with hopefully grant funding being a good part of it.
Thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, do we have any public speakers on this, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, no public speakers.
All
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry. We do have one person just raised their hand, Raymond Appleton.
Okay. So Mr. Appleton, please.
Very good. Mr. Appleton, please go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
This is Raymond Appleton. Just real quick, one question that kept coming up as I went through my last 40 years of permits in the city is more and more to begin to see that there never was any planning for employee parking. Now, I am a strong proponent of moving forward with all the bicycle lanes and bicycle parking and the scooters that are rented, but there still needs to be employee parking. One of the reasons a lot of people left their jobs in the city of Santa Barbara and people couldn't find any to hire is because they could not find any parking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And so I'm just throwing that in. And also, why isn't there ever a parking schedule for a parking lot, multi-story on Milpas? There's that big, we all know that big giant empty lot that's there. And I realize it may still be waiting for removal of oil or something underneath, but I just have always been concerned about parking there for the customers and a shuttle system that would work on their street like we have on State. That's it. I just don't see anything in the financing to accommodate either one of those issues that are badly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any further comments from council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff in particular for sneaking that slide in on priorities. If somebody at Planning Council or at Planning Commission didn't thank you in your presentation there, I'll thank you now. As Ms. Bjork knows, for many, many years, we struggled with getting that phone book full of department projects and just not even having a clue how to explain how they were prioritized. So I thank you for sneaking a slide in to begin to help with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And if there are no further comments, I'll entertain a motion to accept the 5-year CIP for the 24 to 28 period.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman.
I'll second.
Second by Jordan. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve the recommended action. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, very good. Passes unanimously. And we will move to the next item. If you'd read that, please, Madam Clerk.
Certainly. This is item 14. Appeal of Planning Commission's approval of a parking modification at 621 West Mitchell-Trina Street. Recommendation, I don't need to read the recommendation.
All right, very good. So this is an appeal. It's a quasi-judicial process for this council, and here's how it will go. There will be a presentation by staff, after which there'll be a presentation by the appellant. the presentation by the applicant. And each one of those will be a limit of 20 minutes, and they can use those 20 minutes as they so choose. Potential rebuts or responses by staff, take public comments that are not part of the appeal teams or the applicant teams. And then we'll also start out with if there are any ex parte contacts to disclose with either party prior to the appeal. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will recuse myself from this item because of my involvement with the neighborhood clinics throughout the last few years. And I have also exchanged voicemails with their attorney. And in the past, I have dropped off my business card at the business, the gas station. And I do that for all the businesses in my district just to keep in contact with them. So because of that, just to avoid any kind of conflict, I will recuse myself from this issue.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. And I ran into Mr. Carney, who's one of the attorneys at an event. We didn't talk about any of the substance of the matter. He merely told me he was representing the appellant in this issue. So I don't need to recuse, but I thought I'd disclose that nonetheless. And with that, we will go ahead and go to the staff presentation on this issue.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. This is Kelly Broadison with Community Development. And the project I'm presenting today is an appeal of a parking modification located at 621 West Mitchell-Terrena. Next slide. Project site is located on the west side of Santa Barbara, kind of south west of 101, and it's located on the corner of Almond Avenue and West Mitchell-Terrena, quite near San Andreas Street. Next slide, please. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on December 15th, 2022, and subsequently an appeal was filed on behalf of the owners of Auto Fuels, the gas station across the street from the project site. Next slide. The proposed project consists of the demolition of the two-story, 4,000 square foot commercial building and surface parking lot, which we saw at the site visit yesterday, and construction of a three-story, 12,000 square foot medical clinic with 11 parking spaces on site and an additional off-site parking covenant for 22 parking spaces. Next slide, please. This slide shows the site plan, and you can see the main driveway entrance on the top of the slide there off of Mitchell-Terrena. You can see the 11 parking spaces that will be on the ground floor, with 2 of them being accessible. And on the right on Almond Avenue, you can see the proposed loading and drop-off zone. Next slide, please. This is a slide showing the elevation of the proposed building, the 3-story structure, and it's facing south from across the street on Almond and Mitchell-Terrena Street. You can see the hardware store just to the right of the proposed building. Next slide, please. The project required multiple approvals from the Planning Commission, including a conditional use permit to allow the state licensed clinic to operate in the commercial restricted zone, a development plan to allow the construction of new non-residential floor area. Next slide, please. Also approved by the Planning Commission, a parking modification to provide less than the required amount of parking spaces on site, and the determination that the project is categorically exempt from further environmental review for infill developments, which allow for projects in urban neighborhoods. In order for the Planning Commission to make these approvals, they were required to make several findings, including that the project is consistent with the principles of sound community planning. The project is deemed essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare. The project will not be adverse to the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community, nor material detrimental to the surrounding properties or improvements. And the project provides adequate access and off-street parking in a manner and amount so that the demands of this development are addressed adequately. Next slide, please. On January 3rd, 2023, the approval of the parking mod was appealed on behalf of Auto Fuels, which is the gas station across the street, stating that the reduced parking is not appropriate and will have negative effect on the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. The parking requirement for a medical clinic is 1 space per 250 square feet of non-residential floor area. Therefore, for this 12,000 square foot medical clinic, 44 parking spaces would be required. The applicant is proposing 11 spaces on site and an additional 22 spaces at an off-site location at 21 East Constance for a total of 33 parking spaces, which would result in a deficit of 10 parking spaces. The next slide, please. However, the municipal code does allow for modifications to the parking requirements with the findings, one of two findings can be made. One is that the parking demand can be met on site, or the other is that there are other criteria consistent with the purpose of the parking regulations and based on unusual or unique circumstances of a particular case as deemed appropriate by the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. The general purposes of the parking ordinance are summarized here. The parking ordinance is to provide for parking facilities and site design that allow for choice in transportation modes, provide sufficient off-street automobile and bicycle parking spaces to accommodate the majority of users of a site over time, provide standards for safe and well-designed parking, loading, and vehicle circulation areas, promote attractive pedestrian routes, and provide landscaping requirements to screen, shade, and beautify parking and circulation areas. The next slide, please. Also, to promote community character, protect historic resources, and limit the environmental and urban design impacts that can result from off-street parking and circulation, create buffers between parking facilities and surrounding sensitive land uses, allow for reductions of the number of required spaces where warranted, and allow for flexibility in parking design where warranted. Next slide, please. So although the Planning Commission did not specifically enumerate each of these criteria in the resolution approving the project, they were implied by the fact that the required findings were made in support of the parking modification. In addition, a parking demand study was submitted. Staff required a parking demand study during their general review of the project and the land development process. The parking demand study states that because only 11 spaces are being provided on site, the project does not meet the required demand of 44 spaces. And this study, which is attached to and summarized in the council agenda report, concluded that the peak parking demand for this type of project is 33 spaces. 22 spaces for the staff, which would be provided on site. No, I'm sorry, 11 spaces provided for patients, which would be provided on site, and 22 spaces provided for the staff, which would be provided off site. Next slide. Parking requirements allow for parking to be reduced through a parking modification when specific findings can be made. There is also an allowance in the municipal code for applicants to provide off-site parking for a distance of up to 1,250 linear feet away from the project site. For this project, the off-site parking location is 9,000 feet away. And for this reason, the applicant is proposing a staff shuttle to transfer the employees from the off-site parking location to the project site and to avoid them having to walk. And the project is also meeting the parking demand of 33 spaces, although they are not providing them on site, nor are they meeting the criteria of a typical off-site parking agreement. Therefore, a modification was required to provide the 11 spaces on site. The next slide, please. The Planning Commission based their approval of the overall project, including the reduced parking, with the conditions that there will be an off-site parking location with a shuttle for employees. There will be a legally binding agreement which ensures off-site parking is provided. There is a proposed loading zone which will assist in alleviating drop-off and pickup impacts. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the Planning Commission found that the parking modification could be supported, and staff recommends that the City Council consider the Planning Commission's approval of the project. And if Council concurs with the Planning Commission's approval of the parking mod, then the appeal should be denied. If Council cannot make these findings and concurs with the appellant, uphold the appeal and deny the project, and direct staff to return to Council with a decision and findings resolution. We have Jessica Grant from Public Works Transportation here to answer additional questions. And we also have Commissioner Sheila Lodge to represent the Planning Commission's approval of the project. And I'm also here for any additional questions or follow-up.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. We did go to a site visit yesterday and got to ask a lot of questions yesterday of staff. Are there further questions today of staff regarding what's been reported so far? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions. My first question gets to how the 33 spaces as the need was quantified, and in some of the material it indicates that it was based on calculations of taking customers during the height of the pandemic, and so I'm just wondering when those were. Would the timing of that have any impact on that 33 number that is being used as what the demand would be?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, we have Jessica Grant here from Public Works Transportation to answer that question.
Hello, Councilmember Freeman, through the mayor. For the 33 parking space demand was taken via surveys that ATE conducted, and it was during pandemic times when the survey was done. And so we actually thought that was more conservative for the drive rate than pre-pandemic. So we felt as far as for the number of estimate that was acceptable. Because during the time for the pandemic, people were not taking less transit and less rideshare opportunities during that time. So again, the 64%, I think, drive split that they reference in the parking demand survey, again, we thought that that was a fair assessment.
Would it would there be any case that could be made, or like rephrase that? If it was outside the pandemic, would there be more clients at the clinic? That there would be more clients during that time?
Sure. Yes, there were some less clients during that time, and I believe the applicant will explain this more during their presentation. But again, I'll look at the data. Hold on. Councilmember Freeman, let me get back to you on that one.
Just as long as it's answered by deliberation. I'm just trying to understand where that number came from and sure. how it impacts that. And then I have questions that I guess this would be for the applicant later, but the other question I have would it be possible, one of the issues that comes up is that there's parking within the neighborhood or at neighboring businesses. The issue of a parking monitor. Would there be a possibility to see if a parking monitor could address some of the neighborhood issues? And if so, when would be the appropriate time during these deliberations to have that discussion?
This is Kelly Broderson, Mayor Rouse and Council Friedman. I do think that is something that could be discussed with the applicant. And also regarding the previous question, I don't think medical facilities or clinics actually closed down during the pandemic. I think that there was longer wait times. People had to wait outside before they could go in. There was a lot of hands that had to be washed and masks that had to be worn. So perhaps they're not taking public transit as they normally would have been. But I think I personally visited the doctor during the pandemic and they just had to wait outside before you could go in. So there wasn't less services provided. It just took longer and they needed more space to use the clinic.
Okay, perfect. The rest of my questions will be either for the applicant or the appellant. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my questions are for Ms. Grant, if I can have her come back on. And so is the category of the one space per 250 square feet, you call it in the staff report as clinics or hospitals, but is that the same category generally for any doctor's office?
I'll have Kelly confirm that, but I believe that is the case for 1 per 250 for the zoning requirement.
Okay, and so that's a book on a shelf kind of black and white thing, and it provides no consideration for who those customers are, right? So it could be, just my words, a high-end dental office on Coast Village Road, where every patient comes in their own car and parks, versus a low-income neighborhood clinic where you would have lower economic type of patients or a mix. And hence that's the reason for a traffic study, right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and then
parking study, not traffic
right.
study.
I'm sorry, parking study. Yeah, sorry. And then in that study, in the staff report, it said it identified jointly, so collectively, cumulatively, it had a 62 and a 64% of people who drove and or were dropped off by a car. I'm not going to read the study, as you know. I'm going to call the experts to tell me what's in it. But did it further break it down on those that actually drove and parked versus those that drove and were dropped off? Or is it just anybody involved with a car, whether employee or patient?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, it does not go to that level of detail. The assumption was in the report, and again, ATE is here today to clarify, but the assumption is how we read it is when you drive, it's it's a complete trip.
Okay, so I think I'll wait to quiz them after Ms. Allen's presentation or as part of that. And then for either one of you, I've seen chatter and comments sent to us that this was inappropriately treated as a community benefit project. And I know that a community benefit project is an actual definition term of a type of project, and that is not this project, right? Somebody's mixing that up with one of the findings that involve the word essential community benefit in the Planning Commission findings. Does that sound right?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, that's correct. The project was designated as a community benefit project.
Okay.
Yes, it was by the city council, previous council. But what that designation does is allow the square footage to be developed without having to do a transfer of development rights. It allows it to build more square footage on the site than what's currently on the site without having to transfer from another site in the same area or a different area of town.
Very good. And then I received a whole bunch of comments too on the distance of the shuttle parking lot that exceeds what's in the municipal code. And that is expressly why you ask for a modification and work through the modification process and the findings in order to get relief, if you can meet those findings, from what's in the municipal code, correct?
Yes, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, that's correct. The Planning Commission was able to find that the project was considered unique and unusual, and that decision is left up to the Planning Commission as one of the findings. And they would have had a harder time, I think, supporting the project mod if there was no offsite parking agreement at all.
Right.
So yes, it's true that this offsite parking agreement does not meet the general criteria of a typical offsite parking agreement, but it still is part of the approval and a required condition of approval.
And not unknown here, we did something similar with El Encanto, correct? That had to be far past the amount of feet for a parking lot, and we approved as part of their CUP a modification to allow a shuttle parking lot for them too, right?
That's correct. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions from council, we will move to the appellant. And Ms. Gorman will be taking the time, so we have 20 minutes. And when you are done with your presentation, or at least this phase of your presentation, Ms. Gorman will read out the amount of time you have reserved for rebuttal or other information. So with that, is the appellant ready to go? Is there an appellant out there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will elevate.
Okay. I appreciate everybody's forbearance having to do this remotely today, but it was the best decision, so.
Okay, I believe that Alex Hazlitt, I'm sorry, Andrew Hazlitt, you have been elevated. And you can speak and turn on your.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, my colleague Mark Carney will address the council. So I will need to share my screen at the appropriate time, but Mr. Carney will be addressing the council this afternoon.
Very good, Mr. Hazlitt.
And Ms. Gorman will be doing your, taking your time and letting you know what's remaining.
Mr. Hazlitt, I think you can see if you can share your screen. If you have permissions to do so.
Bear with me on, yes, I do.
Great. Good, and I see Mr. Carney.
All set?
It states the host has disabled participant screen sharing.
All right, let me. Can you try it now, please? There we go.
All right, very good. With that, we can begin the time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, and council members. My name is Mark Carney, and I'm a land use attorney at Riker Fowle here in town. I'm joined by my colleague Andrew Hazlitt, who addressed the Planning Commission at its hearing on this matter. We represent Auto Fuels Inc., the owner of the Auto Fuels service station in the El Ranchero Market, which is located at the corner of Micheltorena and De La Vina. The service station and the market are next door to the current West Side Neighborhood Clinic and across the street from the proposed new clinic. And although the name Auto Fuels sounds really corporate, our clients are actually a mom and pop who share the ownership and operation of the business. On their behalf, Mr. Hazlitt and I filed a timely appeal, which was included in the public information packet. And we followed up with a letter to all of you last week. Together, the letter and the appeal provide the reasons our client has appealed the Planning Commission's decision to approve the parking modification. At the outset, I want to stress that our client did not take their decision to file this appeal lightly. In fact, they were somewhat reluctant to file the appeal for a number of reasons. First, they support the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's mission to provide high quality, comprehensive, affordable healthcare to all people, regardless of their ability to pay, in an environment that fosters respect, compassion, and dignity. Second, they support the council's decision to designate the proposed new clinic as a community priority project pursuant to the code. Third, our clients stand ready to support the applicant's plans for the new clinic if and when it provides the parking that is required by the code. Fourth, our clients recognize that a Goliath group of wise, well-intentioned, and civic-minded citizens, some of whom will address you soon, support the mission of Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, and for all the right reasons. And our clients recognize how daunting a task it will be for a small business owner to successfully challenge a decision that has such widespread popular and political support. Fifth, our clients recognize how expensive and time-consuming it's going to be for them to pursue their challenges up to the approval to the end. Nonetheless, since our clients purchased a service station and market in June 2021, they've endured nearly 2 years of daily and hourly disruptions to their business. And the approval of this clinic without including the parking required by the code is only going to make matters worse. So in spite of their support for the clinic's mission, their support for the priority designation, their support for a new West Side neighborhood clinic that complies with the city's parking requirements, our clients concluded that they just have no choice but to challenge the Planning Commission's approval of the modification to the bitter end. So they sought our help. And frankly, when we were asked to help, I had my own reservations as well. First, because on a personal level, I too support the mission of the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics. And I support the community priority designation. And who wouldn't? It's a nonprofit company that provides high quality and compassionate health care to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. And the second reason for my reservation is simply that opposing development projects is not what I do. Over the last 35 years, I focused my practice, which is a land use practice in Mammoth Lakes and Santa Barbara, on helping clients to get their development applications approved. And although I've spoken in countless hearings over the years to help clients get approvals for their projects, only once before in those 35 years have I ever spoke publicly on behalf of a client who opposed a development application. And in that case, only before the Planning Commission, my client did not appeal that matter. So although I was first reluctant to get involved, things started to change when the owner sent us dozens of pictures that they had pulled from their security cameras that show how the clinic is currently being impacted, how the clinic is currently impacting their operations and livelihoods. I'm going to take about a couple of minutes just to show you a handful of them on the screen right now. First, you see the project location, and you can see the proximity among the three properties. You've got the current clinic labeled as such. You've got the new proposed clinic across the street. And you can readily see just by looking at this, anybody who drives west on Mitchell-Torena and wants to access that clinic is going to soon recognize that there's no parking there. Not only is there no parking there, there's no place to drop off. So invariably what happens is right after they get past the clinic, they take a right turn into our client's property. And here's what happens. We've got an array of trespassers to show you. Here is a taxi dropping off clinic patients. Here are a couple of Uber and Lyft drivers waiting for patients and dropping them off. You can actually see on the far left that the manager of the station has to come out and ask this gentleman to leave the parking for the customers of the gas station in Ranchero Market. And that's the kind of thing that happens all the time. Imagine yourself working at the cash register and every hour or so having to run out either to ask someone to move along or to intervene in a confrontation between someone who's trespassing and a customer who got blocked from the gas, the water, or the fuel. We've also got we see pictures here of clinic visitors parking and leaving their vehicles to go to the clinic. Typically it's drop off, but sometimes they actually park there. Then we've got FedEx, UPS, and other delivery trucks for the clinic that have said, this is my only option when they hand our clients a package for the next door neighbor. And then we have plenty of private vehicles. Here's one in December of 22, where the driver indicated she was waiting to pick up her daughter from work at the clinic. And here is an example of medical transport vehicles such as Easy Lift that park and drop off and pick up clients on a regular basis. You can see the ramps for the wheelchairs, and you can see Easy Lift's designation in the left photo. And now you have a government exempt vehicle dropping off clinic visitors. I want to stress that this happens every day throughout the day. And this picture, which came from the security camera from yesterday, just so happened to coincide with the site visit. In fact, you can see in the first picture, the van that carried the council members to the site. And in the background, in the foreground, you can see somebody blocking 2 parking spaces. And you can see in the van completing the turn in the middle picture, and then you can see the patient entering the van. So when we saw all of this happening, the only thing we could say is this isn't fair, this isn't right, this has to stop. So all of this impact on one small business just didn't seem fair. And there's no mystery why this has been happening. The clinic is, I don't know how big the current clinic is. We looked for that information, we couldn't find it. It's 2 stories. Perhaps it's 4,000 square feet. I'm not sure. If it were 4,000 square feet, that would mean that it would require, according to today's code, it would require 16 parking spaces. Well, it only has 1. And that's dedicated to those with disabilities. So we also learned that the clinic actually acknowledges that its lack of parking is negatively impacting the neighbors. So we were expecting to learn that as part of the planning application for the new clinic, that the applicant would propose to incorporate a solution to address the clinic's current 15 parking space deficiency, or whatever it is, if it's a little smaller, perhaps 12. That deficiency would be addressed in the new project, but that's not the case. That's not what happened. Instead, the neighborhood clinic is using the grandfathered status of its lack of parking at the current clinic to avoid any accountability whatsoever for the impacts that it knows it's creating on its neighbors and its neighborhood. It's keeping its head in the sand while dozens of patients and staff continue to hunt and peck for parking each day for those 15 parking spaces that they're not providing in the current clinic. And what they're doing is they're imposing upon neighboring private properties and residential streets. And then they continue to use the service station as their drop-off zone and their loading zone. Now, that's certainly not very neighborly of the clinic, but it's also certainly not unlawful. And no one could argue, so that wasn't enough to get us involved. But what tipped the balance for us is when we learned that the new clinic would be 2.5 times the size of the current clinic, and as proposed would provide only 1/4, 25% of the legally compliant parking spaces that the municipal code requires. Since we're confident that the reduction of required parking for the 44 legally compliant spaces to 11 legally compliant spaces is unlawful for all the reasons that we mentioned in our appeal in our letter, we ultimately agreed to get involved to help the client. And I want to highlight 4 of those reasons that we mentioned in our appeal in our letter this afternoon. First, the parking study upon which the Planning Commission relied and which the Commission formally adopted to justify the parking modifications is based on flawed data, which underestimates the anticipated daily patient visits by at least 38%. Second, the parking proposed for the new clinic does not comply with the municipal code, and the city cannot lawfully grant either of the 2 parking modifications requested. Third, the community designation neither absolves the clinic from fulfilling its obligations under the parking regulations, nor justifies its request for parking modifications. And finally, the Planning Commission resolution itself does not comply with the requirements of the municipal code because it does not make one of the findings required by the municipal code. So I'm going to first address the issue of the flawed parking demand study. The parking demand study the Planning Commission adopted to support its decision to approve the modifications is fatally flawed. And here's why. The applicant's project description states that in 2019, the year before the parking study was initiated, quote, the clinic served a total of 4,502 unduplicated patients through 18,611 patient visits. That annual total translates to an average of 358 patients per week and 65 patients per day during the 5.5-day work week that the clinic was open in 2019. Now, about 5 months later after that, between May 15th and May 21st, 2020, the applicant's consultant conducted what's called a point-in-time survey of the patients who visited the clinic to determine what percentage of the patients drove to their appointments. The survey concluded that 64% of the patients who visited the clinic drove themselves. But the survey also provides data that shows that a total of 220 patients visited the clinic during the week of the survey. Let me repeat that. The survey provides data that shows that a total of 220 patients visited the clinic during the week of the survey, which the consultant equated to an average of 40 patients per day, not the 65 patients per day from 2019. The demand study's conclusion that that on average 40 patients visit the current clinic each day was then used by the applicant and the planning commission to justify the projected demand of the new clinic, and in turn to justify a 25% reduction in the number of spaces required by the code. Frankly, that's garbage in, garbage out. Here's the problem. The applicant's parking consultant consulted his point-in-time survey over 6 days during the week of May 15th to the 21st, which you will recall was during the early height of the global pandemic, where stay-at-home orders were put in place throughout the county on March 12th and the city on March 19th. And here's how the pandemic timeline on the CDD website describes what was going on at that time. And we can all think back to those days together. In March and April of 2020, quote, the world shuts down, countries seal their borders, sports teams cancel seasons, schools close and employees go home. People started wearing masks and social distancing. Meanwhile, new infections in the US exceeded 35,000 per day. During mid to late May, exactly the time that this parking study was conducted, or excuse me, this survey was conducted, the CDD observes, quote, after flattening the curve, cases skyrocket again as states reopen in different phases. Researchers continue to race to identify treatment and make vaccines. New infections.
5 minutes left. 5 minutes left on the timer.
Seed 25,000 a day. So we have a circumstance where the conclusions that are drawn by the survey are not supported by the facts. And so the survey is flawed because it is using information that, as my father would say, who grew up in Chicago, doesn't pass the "oh, come on" test. It makes you say, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't pass, as other people might say, the smell test. So I'll move on to the second reason that we're appealing the decision, and that is that the municipal code states the modification for reduced parking may only be approved if the commission makes required findings. It didn't make one of those findings. Basically, they said the nonprofit status and the essential mission was sufficient to provide unique and unusual circumstances. But it never mentioned anything about the criteria required with respect to the parking regulations. The second modification the applicant seeks is to extend the allowable distance. It's important for us to realize that the modification is the extension of the distance is not allowed through the modification in language. It's only a modification for reduced parking. If you look at the plain language of the code, it says a modification for reduced parking may only be approved if the planning commission makes the required findings. Now, you can't rely on the 44 to 33 reduction because that is based on a flawed parking study. And you can't say that there's a modification in place for the extension of the distance for an off-site parking lot because it's not permitted under the modification, because the extension of the distance is not a reduction in parking. It's an extension of the distance for off-site parking. So neither the planning commission nor the council has the authority, has the discretion to increase the distance. Now, I heard Councilmember Jordan say that it's been done once before. And I obviously believe that's true based on what he said, but it's still not allowable under the code. Someone would have to point us to some provision which says that the city has discretion to
2 minutes left on the timer. 2 minutes left on the timer.
To revise a element of the code on the fly during a public hearing. In order to revise that, we have to go through the planning commission and do it citywide through an amendment to the zoning code. We can't just ignore what the code says. Now, the third, and by the way, with respect to this off-site parking, I really want to commend the staff. I really admire how the staff had the courage to say what their fears are. If you look at the staff report, we have concerns the proposed parking solution may not adequately and may not be adequate and may therefore negatively impact on-street parking in the neighborhood. We have concerns that the location of the off-street parking would be inconvenient for employees, and they may choose to park in the neighborhood rather than drive in the off-site location, wait for a shuttle and take the shuttle. Existing on-street parking in the area is in high demand, and if the employees park surrounding neighborhoods, it would have negative impacts. So I see my time is coming to a close, but I urge you not to make the same mistake that the Planning Commission made and focus solely on the uniqueness and the essential services of the clinic to ignore the code. Because if you do that, you will not be doing the applicant any favors whatsoever. That approach would invariably lead to a much longer delay and a much more expensive delay than if you simply directed the applicant to commission a new parking study in current times, in post-pandemic times, and comply with its findings and recommendations moving forward. So if and as it pleases the mayor, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have now, or which may arise later in the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, there's any time left for the appellant? Ms. Gorman, did you have any remaining time for the appellant?
Just 48 seconds, Mr. Mayor.
48 seconds. Okay, very good. Are there questions from council for the appellant? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, Mr. Carney, I'm confused about your argument on, and the quote you made from the municipal code, because I'm looking at 30-175-060A, which is titled on-site parking required, and A1 is allowance for off-site parking, which puts them in a box as to how far away they can park. And you can ask for a modification on any part of the municipal code. So I'm confused where you're saying you can't asked for that because you had another quote, but I'm not
Yeah.
looking, I don't know where you're getting that other quote from because the staff report is referencing the 30.175.060A1.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Jordan. What I'm referring to is the code section in the municipal code on parking modifications. What is required in order to get any kind of parking modification? And that's 30.250.060. And that's the one that says parking modifications for projects heard by the Planning Commission. That's the title of the subject. And it says a modification for reduced parking may only be approved if the Planning Commission finds that. I don't know if you found any, Councilmember Jordan, but we have not been able to find any language by which one can modify the distance of an off-site parking space. It doesn't say it in the code section that you just read, and it certainly doesn't apply to this modification section here because a request to extend the distance of an off-site parking lot is simply that. It's not a request for modification for reduced parking.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Are there further questions from council for the appellant? If not, we will move then to the applicant's presentation.
And Trish Allen, I believe. Yeah, one moment. Let's see. Okay, Trish Allen, I believe that you are now panelist. You can turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and you should be able to share your screen.
Hi, Trish.
Good afternoon. I'm off to the side. Give me a moment, please, to share my screen.
And then when you're ready to go, let us know and Sarah will start the timer.
And how does that look on your end?
We can see it well on our end. And if I could ask each speaker to identify themselves so we have the name for the minutes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Mahdi Ashrafiat. I'm Chief Executive Officer at Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics. Okay, dear Mayor and Council members, the existing West Side Clinic has been in operation since 1973 and has been providing care to thousands of patients every year. What makes our care special is the fact that we provide healthcare within the neighborhoods we serve. This is done intentionally by design in order to remove accessibility barriers for our patients living in those neighborhoods, a majority of whom are low income with transportation challenges. And that is why we identified this location for the expansion of our West Side Clinic, so that we can be right there in the neighborhood where our care is needed the most. With this new clinic, we will be able to serve many more patients who live in this area by providing not only medical, dental, and behavioral care, but also the much needed substance use disorder treatment that our community so desperately needs. This clinic not only will make West Side community healthier and safer, but also will improve its economy by creating many job opportunities. Dear Mayor and Council members, we have not spared any efforts in being a good neighbor in this community. You don't need to go any further than the Super Kuka's restaurant, or the dentist office beside us, or the hardware store across the street from us to see and hear that for yourself. In the case of the gas station, as soon as we received notice of their dissatisfaction, which by the way, had never been discussed with me prior to preparation for Planning Commission hearing, we set permanent signs up and asked patients and the community not to drop off family members in there. Additionally, I personally tried communicating with the owners twice to see how we can alleviate their concerns, only to be warned not to ever step into the gas station again. Having said that, and while this hearing isn't about our existing clinic, we genuinely believe that the new clinic will actually resolve the gas station's concerns due to the fact that it will have a dedicated drop-off zone for patients to be dropped off. It will also have adequate patient parking readily available that was meticulously assessed based on the size of the new clinic and the number of exam rooms in it. The new clinic will also provide bike parking for both patients and staff, encouraging a healthier and greener lifestyle. To further improve the parking situation in the neighborhood, we have arranged for all clinic staff to park at a church where there will be a regular shuttle going back and forth between the clinic and the church. Utilizing the assigned parking and the shuttle will be mandatory for staff and part of their performance evaluation to ensure its enforcement. Meanwhile, we are in communication with other entities to secure parking for the clinic closer than the current arrangement. I am very optimistic that we will have better options available to us by the time we are done with the construction. However, we need to move forward with our project given the enormous community needs for our services in that area and to take advantage of the funding sources we have secured for the new project. We also believe that our new clinic will bring more business to the gas station and its convenience store. At the end, I'm pleading with all of you to make this clinic happen so that we can make the West Side neighborhood healthier, safer, and economically more viable together. And I'm going to introduce Brian Cornell, our architect.
Mayor Rouse, members of the council, I will be brief. I just want to, since this is a de novo hearing, I think it's important for us to go through the project. This is the existing site. You've seen this plan as far as the transportation circulation is concerned. I want to point out that at our planning commission hearing, one of the commissioners asked me, so why didn't you put in underground parking? The answer is there just is not the site area in basically a quarter of an acre to even begin to try to ramp down underground. And I should mention, obviously, that would be extremely expensive. We're doing a two-level underground parking structure now, and the cost for a parking space is exceeding $200,000. Second floor, third floor, which is the dental, was very important to us to set the third floor back, even though the clinic needs were great. The program needs, we were unable to fulfill completely within this building, but it was important to keep the scale of this neighborhood appropriate. You can see from these story poles and then these renderings how that third floor steps back. If we can jump ahead, I'm going to skip through these. If any of you are interested in elevations, we can look at them later. These are the trees that have to be removed, the new trees that are being proposed for the project site. And with that, I'm going to introduce Scott Shell, where I think the meat of this presentation will come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Mayor Rouse, council members, my name is Scott Shell. I'm a principal with Associated Transportation Engineers, and my firm prepared the parking study that was used to support the Planning Commission's modifications for the project. I'm going to address some of the comments that we've heard today from the applicant and also that were provided in a peer review letter submitted by LSA, a traffic consulting firm. So first question, how were the parking surveys conducted at the existing clinic? I think we heard Commissioner Jordan also ask some questions about that, so we'll get to that. How were the existing and future patient and staff levels that we used in analysis determined? I think that's really going to be one of the key discussion points for us today. How were the parking demands calculated for the future? And are the parking modifications granted by the Planning Commission applicable? And I think we've heard the answer to that one from their staff today, so I won't get into that. Next slide, I do that. Chris, you can do that. Thank you. So as we heard, we conducted parking surveys in 2020 at the existing clinic. This is the results of the patient transportation survey. Basically showed that 64% of the patients drove and parked at the facility. So those included patients who drove themselves and parked, the big blue part of the pie, as well as 12% of the patients who were passenger in a car that chose to park. Additionally, there were patients that were dropped off, the gray 24% area, those patients walked, patients that were dropped off either by a friend, Uber or Lyft, patients that took the bus, and patients that biked. I want to just point out the bus ridership, because I think it kind of points to the fact that the mode splits or the alternative transportation use that we saw during the surveys were likely much lower than they would be today, because the bus routes really weren't running and there was a lot less rideshare because of the COVID pandemic. I think we heard your staff, Jessica Grant, also hit on that particular subject. So we used the mode split or traffic data that we got from our surveys to figure out how many of the future patients would actually drive and park. Now, I think one of the fatal flaw in the appellant's discussion about this issue is they interpreted that we used the 2020 patient data to extrapolate out to the future data with the new facility. That's not what we did. We consulted with clinic staff and said, for the new building with a number of exam rooms that you are going to provide, what is your peak patient load? So it had nothing to do with the patients that came to the facility in 2020. It had to do with the programming of the space within the new facility. I think that's the big disconnect between what we're hearing from the applicant and what we did. Excuse me, the appellant, thank you. So the analysis that we put together found that given that the patient loads that we're expecting, the 64% drive alone rate and park, we would expect 11 spaces to be required on site, and that's what was provided. Next slide, please. Thank you. We did the same kind of survey for the clinic staff. So we surveyed 110 staff over 6 days. About 80% of the staff, 80 to 90% of the staff were captured in our survey. Found that 62% of the staff drive to the facility and park. We used that mode split data, again, applied to the future forecast of staff based on the number of rooms and the services that were going to be provided at the new clinic as developed by clinic staff to figure out how much parking was needed for staff. And that's where we came up with the forecast of 22 spaces. Those spaces that we heard are going to be provided at the First Presbyterian Church on Constant Street, and there's going to be a robust shuttle system provided to and from that site. We also heard that there's going to be a drop-off zone for the shuttle as well as for the patients and other deliveries provided on Almond right adjacent to the project site. So that kind of wraps up my points on this subject. And again, just to summarize, we didn't use the extrapolated 2020 COVID data to figure out how many people are going to go to the clinic in the future. We used the actual programming data and then the mode split information that we saw at the site. I'm going to turn it over to Trish Allen from SEPS to close.
Thank you for letting us transition the seat. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And I just have a conclusion really to hit on the points that the team has made to you. I have a list of project justifications. The Planning Commission approved this project in December. They made findings, and we have a Planning Commission resolution that's also in your packet. We feel the findings were made within their legal authority and well described. The commission supported the parking modification based on the unusual and unique circumstance finding that's specific to this project proponent, Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, not just any community priority project. It is a unique project and it met the criteria. As Madi stated in his introductory comments, the clinic is committed to implementing this parking program. They want to be a good neighbor. They will be mandating the employees park in the offsite lot and reserve on-site parking for patients. This comes at a significant expense for this clinic. It's worth it. And they will have the shuttle will have an employee roster. Employees will be required to sign in. And that is part of their operational parameters. We've explained to you the dedicated drop-off pickup zone that will be yellow curbed, actually shown, if you could see my mouse, in this area on Almond Avenue. The project provides a pickup and drop-off zone dedicated for patients, the employee shuttle, deliveries. I think we all recognize that this completed project will alleviate what's been happening that the gas station owner has experienced. I'm sure you have some questions for my team, and I just appreciate your patience while we move around in the seat here, the presentation seat. I think we have some time left, Ms. Gorman, that we'd like to reserve in case we have some additional comments to make. But that does conclude our presentation.
Ms. Gorman, do you have the reserved time?
Yes, it is 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
6:20, okay, very good. Prior to going to council questions for the applicant, we need to take a translator break. So it is currently 4:22. We'll be back at it at 4:35. my colleagues please check in to ensure that they're here, that we have a quorum, please? Okay, I see Ms. Sneddon, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Harmon, and Eric's got to be out there somewhere, but I believe we have a quorum in any case. And there's Alejandra. Very good. Okay, and with that, we'll return to the hearing. It's time for questions from counsel of the applicant. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Allen, I think my questions are for Mr. Shell. You guys want to play musical chairs? Hey, and by the way, I got a promotion. It's not commissioner anymore. So I was giggling at that one.
Oh, no.
Some days I wish.
Yeah,
But,
have it.
So just a couple of questions on what's unique about medical visits. And so one thing that's in my mind that's rather unique about medical visits, and then the question would be, is that in the math that's being done in behind the curtain kind of thing? And that's the overlap of there's patients being actively treated, and then there's patients arriving, 15 minutes before their scheduled appointment too. So you have potentially this overlap where you're not just looking at the people that are being treated in the building, you're looking at the people who are arriving for the next treatment and until those people leave in the building, and how that all works into your math, or does it?
It does, correct. The math that we did, we actually got from the clinic based on the number of rooms and the anticipated people waiting to enter those rooms. So they included patients being served within the exam rooms as well as people waiting in queue.
Okay. And then I was talking before, there's no differentiation between, I'll just use Mike Jordan's words, high income medical offices versus low income neighborhood medical offices. And from your standpoint, when you do the math, does that come into play, or do you just base it on the data that you had and the pie chart, that type of thing? Or so did you work on Sansom on Foothill?
Yes.
Okay, so totally a car destination, I would presume, I don't know, I can't remember, but I would presume way big high percentage of single car destination, single customer destination place. And unlike something that's embedded in the neighborhood on purpose. And does that all get consideration in addition to the data you collected, or is it just the data you collect and then you extrapolate that to figure out how many you're gonna walk, drive, bike, or bus?
That's a really good question. The reason that we did the survey was to get specific data for the West Side Neighborhood Clinic, and it clearly is a different clinic than Sansom is. Okay. So the fact that we found that 28% people walked, 24% people walk shows you that you are getting the folks from the neighborhood going to the clinic. And I think the socioeconomics of the issue also play into the mode choices that are done. So this data is very specific to the West Side location and the West Side's patients. And this wouldn't apply to Sansom.
And typically, in your experience too, a project like this wouldn't even need a parking study, right? But it allows the project to be dialed in on a uniqueness if you actually go to the time and expense to do a parking study, correct?
And I'll get this right, Councilman Jordan. I think we actually have to do the parking study because, as you had mentioned earlier, applying the standard code or ITE parking demand rates for a clinic would overstate the parking requirements for this location,
right?
Given its neighborhood service and the population that it serves. So right. You actually have to do that.
From the project standpoint, you have to do it to get an accurate view. Thank you very much. And I just have a couple follow-up questions for Ms. Allen. This is like a new Zoom format where you have to get up and share the same chair. It's kind of fun. Huh?
It's easier for us. We're all together here.
So could you, so many people maybe have not heard this level of detail before, but I just want to make sure it gets in the record. Could you talk a little bit about the existing neighborhood clinic across the street, and the differences between what will be there and what will be at the new project across the street? So things like drop-off zone, on-site parking spots, shuttle, that type of thing. What differentiates the one site from the one we're talking about today?
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. I think you provided a very thorough summary. The existing clinic has one ADA parking stall. It is used quite frequently. That side of Mitchell-Torrena Street is pretty constrained. You know, there's no bus stop, there's nowhere to pull over and drop off. The services that are provided in the existing clinic include medical only. And I'm looking to, are there behavioral services there currently?
Currently, there's only medical services.
Only medical services at the existing clinic. What else? You know, it's just a smaller facility.
They currently don't shuttle employees from somewhere else. Employees right now are doing rogue parking wherever they can, up and down Dutton or Almond or whatever, wherever they can, right?
They are parking in the neighborhood if they're driving their car.
Okay.
That's correct.
And
I could talk about the benefits of the proposed project when it comes to these same topics, if you're interested.
I just wanted to know. I think that's a good overview. I just wanted to know. I just really wanted to make a point. If anybody's missing any points on what is there right now with a nexus to a problem and what's being proposed that does not look like what's there right now. So I think you've done really well. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just have a very quick question, and I think it's probably for Mr. Shell, although I won't say, but on the slide that's up on the screen where it says the 2020 data is conservative, and to my thinking, I want to know if this is confirmed or not. But I would think that during the height of COVID in 2020, that there would actually be more visits to the clinic rather than fewer. I mean, everything else shut down, but I would think that a medical clinic would have more visits, or just maybe I'll leave it open-ended. Could you describe in more detail why this data would be conservative?
Yes. Excuse me, Council Member said. The reason that we saw it as conservative is outlined in the second bullet item below. And because the bus service wasn't being provided and people weren't taking the bus during the COVID, we saw a very, very low bus ridership. I did a survey at another clinic, the American Indian Clinic, for instance, out on State Street, and we saw much higher transit service at that facility when we did that survey after COVID. So I think that the ride sharing and the bus utilization was probably much higher now than it was during COVID. In terms of the patient numbers, I want to again, reiterate, we didn't use the 2020 patient numbers as a forecast for the future clinic. We actually used the program level number of employees. I did not do a comparison of the actual employee loads of 2020 versus what they're doing today. So I can't give you a specific answer to that.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. And then Mayor Rouse, are we going to be hearing from Planning Commissioner Lodge during this portion?
Yes, we are. Right after we get done with questions, we're going to solicit comments from Planning Commission.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we'll go to Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I think most of my questions were actually answered in the presentation. I appreciate the clarification that it was the demand was based on program data, not on extrapolating what the survey was in 2020. I think that's a huge factor that plays into it. So I only have I guess two questions. And one is, I know it's not the clinic across the street, but I'm just wondering, based on the fact that there are staff there that are parking in the neighborhood, if there was any discussion on expanding the use of the offsite at the church to include staff from across the street to try to alleviate some of the parking, since you're all under the same umbrella.
I think that would be possible.
I am told that could be possible.
Oh, okay. Something I might be interested in when I get the comments, because I think it could go a way in there to try to address some of this, and it might actually help some of that staff too. And then all your staff would actually be on there. So, and the other question I had, I kind of raised it earlier, was should there be approval and it goes through and then during a review period after X number of months, whatever that would be, if there are still issues of parking that's impacting the neighboring businesses, if there could be like a parking monitor or security that could be added. If for whatever reason, what you have now seems like there's going to be more, but opportunities, especially with the drop off that's there. But if for some reason it doesn't, is that an option that that could be implemented to try to have an extra level of service from the clinic to serve the neighboring businesses if there's still parking issues?
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. I want to make sure I understand your question. Are you asking if the clinic would consider a parking monitor for the existing Westside Clinic?
It's more of a parking monitor that would be able to kind of go around the area for the new clinic, but also if they saw issues across the street, then that parking monitor could go across the street and say they're from the clinic, either one, so that they could look at it. Because I think it would be hard at first to tell if people were dropping off for the new clinic or the old clinic in the event that they were. So if it goes down the path where this were to come in and there were still issues or even greater issues, would a parking monitor be something to help alleviate the issues? Could that be implemented?
Well, I feel it's a little speculative on my part. I really want to reinforce the robust parking program that we've put together and worked out with the clinic and staff for the new building, and would suggest, as I mentioned in my brief comments as part of the presentation, it is a very significant expense that the clinic is taking on to have the shuttle, also leasing the offsite spaces. So I would, we do have a reporting program that's embedded in this parking program. And so if there are complaints or problems, we already have that obligation embedded into the project. I'm just looking to, ask the council to let us put this parking program in place. And if there are still complaints, we would already be under obligation to address those situations. When it comes to the existing clinic, as the city moves forward with their public improvement plan along Mitchell-Traina Street, I think we're going to see a lot of improvement overall with circulation and safety in that area. I don't have the exact schedule or construction dates, but we are looking forward to those improvements. And with that, we can, once those improvements are completed, we can go ahead and add that loading zone on Almond Avenue. And so I think that loading zone on Almond would, and this is about the clinic educating their patients too, so that they're, again, continuing to direct patients and lift and deliveries away from the corner at the gas station over across the street. There'll be a loading area on Almond in the near term, let's say, and maybe Ms. Grant has a estimated time frame for that. And at that time, folks can be dropped off in a safe location in the public right of way, and there'll be a safe crosswalk to cross over Mitchell Traina with the lights that will flash. So that's my long answer.
No, thank you. I think it's a fair answer. I just wanted to put it out there because I know in some instances you would have extra levels if there was an issue where it comes out there. But I think there are the issue of the loading zone in particular that could really improve the situation. But you answered those two questions plus the other ones. I think you answered during your presentation, so I don't have any more questions at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. If there are no further questions from council, what I'd like to do is hear from members of the Planning Commission if they'd like to speak. And then we'll finally wrap up before public comment with anything that city staff has left. So, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody from Planning Commission that's ready to speak?
Mr. Mayor, we have one member of the Planning Commission on. Their hand is not raised, but it was earlier, so I'll go ahead and call on, oh, there we go, Sheila Lodge. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Planning Commissioner Sheila Lodge, and I am representing the Planning Commission today. The appellant's attorney spoke at the Planning Commission hearing on this project and explained the problems caused by the clinic's patients for the gas station. And I really understand the gas station owner's aggravation when they use his property as a drop-off place or even a parking space. They clearly have been a problem for him. However, I was perplexed at the time by his opposition to the new project across the street. Currently, the clinic has all of one parking space and it is designated for the handicapped. The new clinic is across the street and will have 11 parking spaces, as you've heard, on site, plus the passenger pickup and drop-off area next to the new building on Almond Avenue. The Westside Neighborhood Clinic currently provides healthcare to some 4,000 patients annually. With expansion, the clinic expects to be able to provide healthcare to almost 12,000 patients annually, 3 times as many. Currently, there's one parking space. There will be 11 times as many with a new project, and employees will not be parking in the neighborhood as they currently do. The 11 on-site spaces will meet the need according to the parking demand study for patients during the week. On weekends, it will meet the demand for both patients and employees. There is no reason for patients to use the appellant's property with the new project. I remain perplexed by his opposition. I urge you to support the Planning Commission's decision and to deny the appeal. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. And we have a hand raised by Mr. Carney, who is the appellant's attorney. And Mr. Carney, you have a 48-second piece of rebuttal you'd like to share?
Yes, that's correct. Although I'm not able to start my video because the host has stopped it.
Okay, do you want to take a moment to get rehosted there before you start your rebuttal?
I think, there we go. I just got the authority. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start your clock when you're ready to go.
Thank you. I want to speak briefly on the issue of that Scott Shell mentioned. What he said is even worse than I thought, because he said the math that we did actually get was from the clinic itself. If we're simply going to rely on what the clinic says is the peak demand at the clinic, then what is the purpose of having a demand study? This was intended to assess, not to assume what the demand would be. And if you look at page 2, it says, for patients, the analysis assumes that there will be 17 patients. That came directly from the clinic. They're not qualified to assume that. So we still don't have real numbers in terms of what the demand is going to be. And finally, someone at the city, please tell me and my client who's listening, where in the code
That's time.
do you get the authority?
Time is up.
Do you get the authority to extend the distance of the off-site parking? Where is that authority in the code?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carney. Okay, Ms. Nen, do you have a question for Mr. Carney?
No, I'm ready to deliberate.
Well, no, I've got to, let me go back to staff first, then we have to go to public comment.
So sorry, thank you.
So in terms of the city staff, is there any further input from city staff?
Mayor Rouse?
Ms. Ostranger.
Yes, if I may, just for clarification for the council there, in response to Mr. Carney's comment, there are two findings that need to be made for, that can be made for modification. The first one is that the reduced parking will still meet the demand, or that the parking meets the purpose of the parking regulations. It's reduced, but there's some unique or special circumstances that warrants a reduced demand. In this case, the modification is not approving a greater distance for an offsite parking. It's using that second finding to approve the reduced parking requirement. The way the Planning Commission was able to make that finding for unique circumstances, one of them was to condition the project that it have this offsite parking agreement and the shuttle. So I just wanted to make that clear. The modification is not approving the extension of the 1,200 foot distance that we allow offsite parking. Additionally, with regards to the comment that their Planning Commission failed to make one of the findings with regards to the second modification, I think he goes to the purpose. This is a de novo hearing, so if council were to choose to deny the appeal, we would just add that finding in.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Carney, you have exhausted your rebuttal time. I do have 6:20 reserved for the applicant. Is there any comment from applicant that wants to be exhausted? Ms. Allen.
Thank you. No comments from the applicant team. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will go to public comment. Ms. Gorman, do you have some folks in the queue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 3 hands raised. We have Raymond Appleton, Chris Lambert, and Helene Schneider.
Okay, with that, I'm going to announce that at 5:10, we will no longer be able to raise hands. So if you want to make a comment between now and 5:10, please raise your hand. First speaker, please.
Very good. Our first speaker is Raymond Appleton. Raymond Appleton, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm concerned. This is a land use planner for the last 35 years, 40 years, about the attorney for the appellate. He showed us, I've driven by that intersection no less than 300 or 400 times. And it goes, Creo, comes right up through, and then Missile Trainer goes all the way up and through the whole city. And that parking lot of that property, and he said they just bought this, 2 years ago? And those parking spaces that he seems to be concerned about are nearly always empty, or they themselves are blocked off. I think he even showed photos where it was coned off by him. I'm not sure when those people bought the property, what they thought they were buying. They're buying a little shop and go, but it's very small. And sometimes there's only one pump working when I pulled in there. And there's a food truck there's a food truck that serves the local foot traffic or people that park across the street because they're not allowed to then park on the service station lot. So I don't know how, how they're being interrupted with anything. I think it's mostly what they plan to do in the future. And they're maybe a little behind the times. Our community needs this West Clinic very, very badly. They really do. And what they bought, they obviously don't plan to use it for that. They plan something else. So he is appealing because of some potential use of their own, not a current need, and probably not a community need at that time, a fit need. And I'll be surprised when they come in and they don't want a reduction of parking requirements. So I'm just mostly concerned that they're not appealing because something that they bought, they were going to continue to use, and they needed those parking spaces because I actually know they do not use them. And a service station with just two little pumps and a little square footage size store and the few things they offer do not need all the parking spaces on that property. So if it was my concern, I'd say condemn the city should condemn it, make half of it parking and put something else there that serves the community. Anyway, that's all. I just think, I'm just curious about their complaints seem to be coming from what they think they might do with it in the future. I don't see any problem at all for them.
All right, thank you very much. Can we get the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Chris Lambert. Chris Lambert, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Chris Lambert here. I'm a retired emergency medicine specialist, and I spent my entire career at Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital's emergency department. So I want to make just a few brief points regarding the relationship between the healthcare that we provide in this community and the neighborhood clinics. The neighborhood clinics have been invaluable partners for the entire 40 years that I spent in the emergency department. They're good neighbors in every respect, and they provide, as you know, invaluable care. From a healthcare provider standpoint, the Westside Clinic really does improve the community health in two ways. The first is that by providing quality care on a daily basis to a large number of patients, which is what we really are doing here in terms of expanding the clinic, a large potential burden of care is lifted from the emergency department, where patients would otherwise have to go if they had no care in the West Side at the clinic. So this allows us in the ER to focus on caring for the critically ill. And frankly, the ER would be overwhelmed were it not for Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's facility at the West Side. And we need to assure that the clinics continue to provide that kind of care for the largest possible number of patients. And providing quality care to all comers allows the West Side Clinic to improve the health of the entire West Side community. As Dr. Ashrafian, our CEO, pointed out, this keeps parents at work, kids in school, and local businesses functioning. So completion of the new clinic will improve the already excellent care the West Side community receives. And as you know, the clinic is an irreplaceable community asset we must all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Helene Schneider. Helene Schneider, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I think it's one of the first times I've been in front of this council on a topic. And I'm speaking not only as a former mayor and council member, I've been through numerous appeals, especially dealing with parking and all the details that applies, but more importantly, as a West Side resident for over 20 years. I live close by the site of the neighborhood clinics and the West Side Clinic. In fact, if I was still in office, I'd probably have to recuse myself from this appeal. And I just bring that up to say that as a very close neighbor, a longtime 20+ year neighbor, I just completely approve of and support the West Side Clinic and encourage you to deny the appeal and support the project. I will say, as past experience dealing with numerous appeals on parking, it is tricky. And it's you have to look at those details, and I think you've done so. And I just want to reiterate what the Planning Commission, one of the resolutions that states, and I support also, saying that the project is unique in that the use is a nonprofit community benefit use and provides a broad public benefit necessary to meet a present and projected need directly related to public health, safety, or general welfare. I think as council members, you all know you're looking at the city as a whole in these de novo hearings. So thank you for your time, and I encourage you to deny the appeal and support the project.
Thank you. Do we have further speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have two further speakers. We have Leonard Grabowski and Charles Fenzi. Leonard Grabowski, please go ahead.
This is Dr. Grabowski, and I'm a physician and practice at Sansom Clinic for 35 years as a gerontologist. And I volunteered at the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics for many years, serving all their branches, along with my wife, who is a pharmacist, and helped them in their drug acquiring and drug management systems. I could only say that this facility, the new facility, is absolutely necessary and would echo Dr. Lambert's comments about not only saving lives, saving money, unburdening the rest of the medical community by the services they provide. That old building, 50 years old, is just that, inefficient, and yet with dedicated staff, it works. The new places, the new parking places that have been discussed will alleviate the problem because there's only one spot there at the West Side Clinic right now. I think the gas station owners, the new owners, do have some concerns, of course, but I share Ms. Wilson's concern as well, that Mr. Carney perhaps cherry-picked those security camera visuals, and they were impressive. But if you looked at 24 hours, and I believe that station is open 24/7, if you look at 24 hours, you would see probably very minor use of what appear to be a lot of empty spaces in that lot. Well, I am sure you will review the appeal and act appropriately, and appropriately for me would be agreeing with the Planning Commission's decision, expediting without haste to allow the Santa Barbara Medical Clinic, Neighborhood Clinic, to start building to provide this service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
The next and final speaker is Charles Fenzi. Charles Fenzi, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Chuck Fenzi. I'm the former CEO of the organization. I left the organization in September of 2022, so I've not been part of this planning. But I do want to tell you that finding this particular parking accommodation took an amazing amount of work. We canvassed everybody in the neighborhood to see if we could identify parking places closer to the site than we currently have with the one on Constance Avenue. I'm very, very impressed with the folks at the Presbyterian Church who really stepped up and helped us out with this. We take that very, very seriously. I certainly understand the concerns that the gas station has about parking, and we really, really want to be good neighbors and solve the problem. I think the 11 parking places that will be dedicated to patient care, to patient services, will help alleviate some of that burden that that Mr. Carney referring to. Right now, a sizable number of our patients who live on the west side take the shuttle across town to the east side to get their dental care. And so having the availability to continue to provide dental care on the west side is absolutely essential for the good health of our patients who live on the west side. We'll also be providing, as was mentioned earlier, be providing behavioral health services and substance use disorder treatment, which is, all of you know, is incredibly important in Santa Barbara. So I'm speaking in favor of the approval of this project to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Fenzi. Are there further speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, there are no further raised hands.
Very good. Then it will go back to council. Ms. Snedden's got her hand up first for deliberation. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I find this one to be actually really simple and straightforward. I'd be happy to move to deny the appeal when the time comes. I have findings that the project meets the qualifications for the modification, especially the unique circumstances of serving the community. It's situated in the community it serves, mainly with pedestrian routes, public transit, bicycle access. I mean, the word neighborhood is in the name. I'm particularly swayed by the public speakers who are in the medical profession saying that this directly benefits the health and emergency responsibility for the whole community in emergency rooms. So I very easily can make that finding, but I also find that the parking analysis satisfies the modification that's proposed. And in terms of what the appellant presented, it was all about the impacts of the current clinic, which I find to be completely inappropriate to any discussion about this current project. I would wish that those issues could be resolved, but I don't see how they have any bearing on this hearing for this particular location. So honestly, it's without any hesitation that I would move to deny the appeal.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in a agreement with Councilmember Snedden and glad to second the motion. First, Mr. Carney, I just wanted to say that when you were bringing up all that stuff about the pandemic and bringing us back to that time, I was just thinking about Robin Williams in the movie Dead Poets Society, and I quote him, I just want to say thanks for the trip down Amnesia Lane. And that was for you, Mr. Mayor. But really, in terms of the appeal, I understand where the neighbors are coming from the original clinic that was permitted in the parking. And there is a huge a lack of parking within the west side in particular, and over on the east side as well. And I just want to throw this in there too, is this comes from a lot of the planning that isn't being done when we're redeveloping neighborhoods, when we don't consider all the things that we at the local level need to consider, which is parking. So I think the bigger issue is how we're planning neighborhoods in the future on parking, and it shouldn't be balanced in the back of the clinic here. I think it is good that the clinic is looking at other offsite locations. They mentioned that in there closer. I know that's difficult with private property, especially in a dense area there, but if those pan out, that could help alleviate the situation down the line. So I appreciate them raising that. And then the loading zone is going to be a huge benefit for, I think both clinics, but that's going to be a huge improvement to the area to have that for drop-off delivery and all that. And based on that, I agree with the PC and can support the findings that the PC made, especially in terms of it being a community benefit project. And for that is unusual with unique circumstances was the specific wording that they had. And then I also do appreciate the clarification that the analysis of the patients was based on not on the survey, but on the actual numbers and extrapolating numbers from their program use, because I think that's the only way to do it. And then when you factor in that this is a neighborhood clinic that a lot of people would be walking or close enough where they wouldn't need to use a car. And like everyone said, I don't think anybody denies that this project is much needed, and it's something that will benefit the community for years and years to come. And there just really isn't another location like this, and adding additional parking would create a hardship, because I think they would have done it if they could have. I think Mr. Canal even mentioned they looked at underground parking, but it was just wasn't feasible. So with that, I'll be happy to support the motion once here, and not to be included in it, but I just want to put it out there. If there is a way on this that the clinic could look at offering the offsite shuttle service to the workers of the current clinic, that they consider it, but that wouldn't be part of the motion. I think since it is established, there might be some of your workers that would be willing to use that, and it perhaps alleviate some of the parking challenges in the neighborhood. But if it's something you could consider, that would be great. But again, not part of this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing really further to add. I think both those sets of comments say everything I would want to say. I too am pretty taken back by tying the improvements that will be made with this project to the existing problems on the other side of the street. I see this as regardless of saying you like the project or don't like the project because of the community benefit, just as Ms. Snyder said, you're looking at the nuts and bolts and the details. This project, in my opinion, will improve the situation on West Mitchell-Torrena, not make it worse. And that is something that should be supported. So I'll also support it. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too don't have much to add, but just wanted to echo the sentiments of our colleagues and say that similarly, I can easily make the findings in this case, or in this matter, I guess I should say, and I will be voting to deny the appeal as well. Thank you.
All right, very good. And if there are no further comments, I'll just add that, yeah, the parking is a bear in the west side, no doubt about it. I used to live over there, and I know how tough that is, but it's a neighborhood-wide problem, not just with this clinic, and I wouldn't want to lay the entire responsibility on the clinic itself. And I do want to say that I actually appreciate Mr. Gutierrez had to step aside because of his involvement, but he did try to, broker this in the beginning. So I appreciate that effort to try to get neighbors to talk to one another, because that's the kind of the key to happiness here. So with that, I have a motion on the floor, motion by Sneddon, second by Friedman.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just jump in, that the motion should actually be based upon the findings that have been expressed today, that the motion would actually be to direct staff to return to council with the decision and the findings resolution reflecting the outcome of the appeal, which will then come on consent to another council meeting.
Thank you. I'll go back to the maker of the motion, Ms. Sneddon.
So moved.
And seconder?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, does everybody understand the motion? And with that, we will go to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
And this is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman. If I could ask Councilmember Sneddon to repeat the part of the motion before what was added by City Attorney Connect.
I think it replaces what was added. Okay. So I think the motion would be to deny the appeal and to direct staff to return to council with a decision and findings resolution reflective of comments.
Reflecting the outcome of the appeal?
Yes.
Okay, very good. That is
correct. Correct. Making the findings that reflect the comments made today by all of the council members and included within the Planning Commission resolution findings.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time?
Yes, thank you. It would be reflecting the findings that have been made by the City Council today and including the findings in the Planning Commission resolution.
Okay, one moment.
All right, very good. And if everybody understands the motion, if there are no questions or comments to the motion itself, then I would ask for a roll call vote from the clerk, please.
Very good. And I'm just going to read it very briefly. Councilmember Sneddon, Councilmember Friedman to deny the appeal and direct staff to return to council with a decision and findings resolution reflecting the findings that have been made by City Council and including the findings in the Planning Commission resolution. Good, okay. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez is recused. Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye.
Very good.
And was that, I'm sorry, was that, was that unanimous?
So unanimous with one recusal by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Okay, very good. All right, so thank you very much. And with that, we have one last item that is scheduled for 6 o'clock. So we'll take a small break, but I think I would entertain perhaps council member committee assignments at this time to report out.
Mr. Mayor, you also have some public comment that you, I believe, continued to the end of the meeting. You could
I did.
consider
Are there
taking
hands
those.
still raised, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, no hands are raised right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Madam Attorney. Does anybody have a council member committee assignment report? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you. Just two quick ones. One, I think many of us attended the ribbon cutting for the Grace Fisher All-Inclusive Clubhouse. That was a really uplifting event and such a wonderful space. And also attended a large community event, the Star King Rummage Sale this last weekend.
All right. Any further reports out? Okay, well, with that, and if there are no public comments.
Hold on, I do have one.
Mr. Friedman, there you are. Jump in.
Attended the Grace Fisher ribbon cutting, and it was one of the best attended public ribbon cuttings I've been to, and congratulations for that. It's a great asset to our community. There was a special Central Coast Water Authority meeting, one item which was to be able to water bank for those jurisdictions that needed it out of San Luis Reservoir into a ground banking system. And the reason for that is that San Luis Reservoir is expected to spill, and there was a lot of carryover water in there. And so we had the emergency meeting to allow us to be able to transfer that. And fortunately for us in Santa Barbara, we have used that carryover water to repay our water debt. So the fact that it's spilling, but we positioned ourselves well. So I want to thank our staff for being proactive and being able to use that water that we probably would have lost to actually pay off our back water debt. And then also attended the Library Advisory Board meeting. And I think that was everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further council committee member assignment reports? Okay. If not, then we'll take a recess and reconvene at 6 o'clock for the Marburg for the next item.
Environmental Services Manager is going to go ahead and do the presentation this evening.
Okay, first of all, let me check with Sarah. Are we recording yet?
We are, and I will read the item into the record real quick.
Okay.
Item 15, approval of negotiated terms and set date for a public hearing to consider award of a new solid waste franchise agreement with Marburg Industries, estimated time 6 p.m. resolution. And recommendation the council A, approve the negotiated terms and conditions for a new solid waste franchise agreement with Marburg Industries. And B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara setting the date for a public hearing to consider award of an exclusive franchise to Marburg Industries for solid waste collection services.
Very good. And I believe Ms. Cruz Carpenter is going to be doing the presentation.
Yes. Hi. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Lorraine Cruz Carpenter, Environmental Services Manager. And today's item is on the negotiated terms of the new solid waste franchise agreement with Marburg Industries. And as you know, the city's current agreement for solid waste collection services with Marburg expires on June 7th. Last spring, council directed staff to enter into negotiations with Marburg for a new franchise agreement. At that time, the services of R3 Consulting Group were obtained to assist in this process. And we've been working diligently this year to bring you the proposed negotiated terms that we will cover today. Next slide, please. Since the city first entered into the current agreement with Marburg in 2003, the solid waste industry has seen many changes. In the last 10 years, a series of legislative mandates have been signed into law requiring recycling and organics collection services in certain sectors and establishing targets to reduce statewide disposal of organic waste. Changes in recycling and labor markets and advancements in technology have shifted industry operating standards. And statewide, there have been changes in franchise fees to better reflect the impact of the solid waste service on municipal infrastructure. As a result, the proposed new agreement comprehensively incorporates these changes into a modern agreement reflective of today's solid waste industry. Next slide, please. As you may recall, staff and R3 prepared for negotiations by conducting a community survey from June 8th through the month of September in 2022. There were over 1,200 respondents to the online survey, and the majority of respondents indicated being satisfied or very satisfied with Marburg services. Respondents also indicated that quality of overall service was of the highest priority, with range of services provided and cost of service being the next highest overall priorities. Results also indicated an interest in broader access to household hazardous waste collection services, access to compost for gardens and backyards, and additional bulky item pickups in that order of priority. Next slide, please. Staff, Marburg, and R3 have successfully concluded negotiations of terms, conditions, programs, and services for inclusion in the new agreement, and all of the city's objectives have been met. The negotiation outcomes include gaining efficiency and increasing employee safety via the small residential curbside collection program, enhance neighborhood collection services to address abandoned waste and provide expanded collection and neighborhood cleanup support. Disposal of household hazardous waste will also become more convenient through collection events at centralized locations. These events will supplement the existing community household hazardous waste collection program at UCSB. Also implemented will be programs and services that meet the extensive compliance and reporting requirements of legislation like SB 1383. The new agreement will also require the creation of a dedicated contract liaison staff position at Marburg that will work very closely with city staff on all deliverables of the contract. And provisions for new collection vehicles, including a pathway for zero emission vehicles, has been negotiated. Next slide, please. Additional outcomes of the negotiations include a proposed 15-year agreement with the city's option for a 5-year extension. Also, while the city and Marburg agreed on new programs and services for customers in FY24, there will be no changes to the net compensation paid by the city to Marburg in year 1. It is important to note that although Marburg's net compensation in FY24 will stay flat, the city's overall solid waste rates are anticipated to increase in the coming year due to changes in the cost of post-collection processing and landfill operations. And this is under the city's waste delivery agreement with the county. Those costs are not part of the new agreement with Marburg, but are passed through to solid waste customers by way of the solid waste rates. Base compensation to Marburg will also remain flat in year 2, but there will also be a one-time fuel true-up payment that will cover the annual change in fuel cost. And this is related to the global surge in natural gas costs that occurred in early 2023. Also, beginning in FY26, year 3, Marburg's compensation will increase annually by the garbage and trash collection CPI and cap at 5%. An additional 2% will be added to the CPI in years 3 through 6, that's FY26 through 29, to fund replacement of capital equipment, including collection vehicles, carts, and containers. This approach allows for adjustments to Marburg's compensation to be phased in as new capital equipment is acquired, thus preventing the need for nearer term increases in Marburg's compensation and customer rates. So the maximum increases in Marburg's compensation will be in fiscal years 26 through 29 at 7% annually, and the maximum increase thereafter will be capped at 5% annually. Next slide, please. The new agreement will provide enhancements and additions to several existing Marburg programs and services, which together will contribute to greater cleanliness on city streets and public right-of-way. These services include expanding the bulky items collection service to include large residential units, which triples the collection service. Abandoned waste reports will be responded to within 48 hours. Currently, the response time is 72 hours. A palm frond collection service will also be provided after storm events when requested by city staff. And palm frond collection for residential accounts will be handled through the bulky item collection service. Also included will be premium Sunday collection services to businesses that already subscribe to service on all other collection days. And providing periodic events for city residents to drop off household hazardous waste at convenient and centralized locations like we just mentioned. And again, this is supplementing the existing community household hazardous waste collection program at UCSB. Next slide, please. So as you probably recall, one of the primary reasons to update the agreement is to secure programs and services to facilitate compliance with legislative requirements. SB 1383, which aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through organics recycling and food recovery, imposes significant new administrative requirements on jurisdictions, including program implementation, reporting to CalRecycle, and enforcement. Some of the main changes that have been incorporated into the new agreement are containers and lids that comply with prescribed colors and labeling. The city's brown container does not comply and will be changed to gray. Contamination monitoring will also be incorporated to inspect self-hauler compliance, verify compliance with food recovery requirements, and review commercial routes. There are also a number of reporting requirements that the city will have Marburg fulfill. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The new agreement will also include a condition for Marburg to provide dedicated staffing to the city. This would be a point person that acts as a liaison to city staff. This person would be responsible for resolution of city requests, service needs, complaint resolution, providing reports, and all other service needs of the city. Next slide, please. The new agreement would include terms and conditions for new collection vehicles. Vehicles over 10 years old would be replaced with compressed natural gas vehicles. And language would also be included in the contract to prioritize zero emission vehicles as they become technologically and economically feasible. Next slide, please. Again, the agreement will be updated to include widespread industry standards, reporting to meet legislative requirements and facilitate best practices, performance standards, providing the city with assurances of Marburg's performance, including administrative penalties for any failure to perform, performance reviews, providing the city with the ability to audit Marburg's operations and finances periodically to ensure adherence to the terms and conditions of the agreement, risk management provisions to meet the city's standards for insurance coverages and performance bond assurances. And there are many other standards that will be incorporated into the boilerplate language of the agreement, or that have been incorporated. Next slide, please. In alignment with jurisdictions throughout California, an automated residential curbside collection program is being proposed as part of the new agreement. This program would only pertain to small residential customers with 1 to 4 units, and there would be no change to large residential customers. The current service requires a truck with 2 employees that exit the vehicle to gather containers and manually move those containers to the rear of the collection vehicle for emptying. Under the new agreement, collection practices will move away from this very labor-intensive means of providing small residential collection service and implement curbside collection in wheeled carts. The automated collection vehicles operated by 1 employee uses a mechanical arm to collect specially designed wheeled carts, which are placed at the curb by residents. Collection via this method is more cost-effective, safer for employees, and better for the environment as there's less vehicle idling. This same collection approach has been approved and used by Marburg in other service areas successfully and is the industry standard for communities in California. And last, I want to note that transition to a residential curbside cart program will not result in a reduction in Marburg's labor force. Marburg has ensured the city that they will reallocate this labor force within the company. Next slide, please. So what will this program change look like? Midway into year 1 of the agreement, Marburg will ramp up their efforts to prepare for an FY25 rollout of the residential curbside cart program. All residential customers will be provided wheeled carts. 70% of residential customers currently already have them. Residents will put carts out to the curb for collection as the default collection option. Marburg will collect carts with automated trucks for 60% of the city. The remaining 40% of the city will stay on manual collection service as automated services in certain locations is not feasible due to density and traffic conditions. For small residential customers that would like to retain on-premise service, they can opt into that collection service at a premium service charge based on the higher cost to provide that service. Residents with disabilities or those that are 80 years or older that need on-premise collection service will be accommodated at no added premium cost. Small residential customers will be provided plenty of advance notice via outreach and education regarding the change and will have the ability to keep or change their subscription levels during the transition. Marburg leadership will personally oversee the container exchange process and will use Marburg employees to deliver the new carts, as opposed to a third-party service provider, which is typically used for most of these transitions. Next slide, please. So last November, Council asked questions regarding the broader use of carts for collections, specifically with respect to keeping sidewalks clear and avoiding problems with set out of carts on hills. So today we kind of wanted to cover those questions again. 70% of small residential customers already use carts, and the vast majority of those are already bring their carts out to the curb for collection. Marburg has not observed issues with carts being used in hilly areas, either in the city or in its other service areas, but will continue to provide direction to customers regarding safe set out of containers, including instructing residents not to block parking spaces. City code enforcement staff is also available to enforce the city's codes with respect to blocking the public right-of-way. Staff and Marburg will make sure that outreach and education to customers in the year-long period prior to the formal rollout of the program is conducted to cover these types of issues. Council also asked for more information regarding the process to secure accommodations for people who, for many reasons, including disability or age, may not be able to bring their carts out to the curbside. The process that Marburg has in place is simple and straightforward. Customers seeking accommodation need only complete a short form with Marburg with proof of temporary or permanent disability, or indicate that they are 80 years or older in age, and Marburg will provide backyard collection of carts, and the city will only charge the curbside rate. Confirmation of disability accommodations will be reconfirmed every 2 years. Finally, the council also asked about the ability to reserve its right to change programs in the future, such as to implement separate collection of food scraps instead of including them in the trash for recovery at the resource center, or to implement a two-stream wet-dry system. While neither of these programs are currently necessary or cost advantageous to the city or its customers, the city will retain the right and ability through the agreement to direct future program changes should it see a need to adjust collection programs in the future. Next slide, please. Another proposed update to the agreement is the compensation method used to pay Marburg. The means of compensating Marburg in the current agreement are complicated and outdated. The new compensation method would be for collection service only. Marburg's current compensation includes compensation for the post-collection costs of processing and disposal. Moving forward, these costs would be broken out and paid directly to the county in accordance with the city's materials delivery agreement with the county. Via the new agreement, Marburg will be compensated for collection services it provides to customers in accordance with the set cost of service per unit rates. Additionally, in order to affirm cost of service and reasonableness of compensation, the city will require regular financial statements for review. Next slide, please. So to review the financial information, all of the new and enhanced services will be effective in FY24 with no changes to Marburg's base compensation in year one of the agreement. In FY25, Marburg's base compensation will remain flat with the one-time fuel true-up. Also, beginning in FY25, Marburg will implement the small residential curbside collection program that has already been implemented in all other Marburg service areas. Customers requiring accommodation because of a disability or age will be provided on-premise service at no additional cost to the regular curbside cost. Customers voluntarily opting in to on-premise service will pay an additional rate on their utility bills and that corresponds to the higher cost of providing that service. And future increases in Marburg's compensation will max out at 7% in years 3 through 6 and 5% in years 7 through 15. Next slide, please. As part of the new agreement, the franchise fee paid by Marburg to the city will be adjusted to align with best practices around the state and better reflect the impact of the solid waste service on the municipal infrastructure. The franchise fee paid by Marburg under its current agreement is about 2% of gross revenues, which is approximately $680,000 annually, and this is well below industry standards. The city also collects a 6% utility users tax on solid waste collections, generating approximately $2.1 million annually. But collection of a UUT on solid waste is unusual and not consistent with standard industry practices. Therefore, in order to better align with statewide practice, staff is recommending to eliminate the solid waste UUT increase the franchise fee. Sorry, I'm going to just repeat that because I want to make sure that's clear. Staff is recommending to eliminate the solid waste UUT and increase the franchise fee. The customer will see little or no increase to their bill related to these changes, as the updated franchise fee and the elimination of the UUT charge historically net each other out. The proposed new annual Marburg franchise fee will initially be set at $2.96 million, which includes a CPI increase of 4.625% in FY24 and is subject to future change based on resolution of the City Council. Next slide, please. If council approves today's recommendations, the next steps will be a public hearing and introducing an ordinance awarding the new franchise agreement on April 11th. On April 18th, the ordinance would be adopted, and on May 18, the referendum period would be complete, and on June 8th, a new agreement would be effective. Staff and R3 Consulting Group presented the new proposed terms and conditions to the Sustainability Council Committee on February 13th, and the committee voted unanimously to forward a recommendation to council supporting the proposed terms for a new solid waste franchise agreement with Marburg. Today, staff recommends that council, oops, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for a next slide. Next slide, please. There we go. All right, thank you. So today, staff recommends that council approve the negotiated terms and conditions for a new solid waste franchise agreement with Marburg Industries and adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara setting the date for a public hearing to consider award of an exclusive solid waste franchise. And next slide, please. At this time, I would be happy to take any of your questions. And tonight, I'm also joined by Mr. Martin, our finance analyst, and Mr. Schultz with R3 Consulting Group, who are also available for questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ms. Cruz Carpenter. Any questions from council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Ms. Cruz Carpenter, long time no see. Glad to see you. And congratulations to you and the whole team on getting us here. But I have heard not a bad squawk on this pathway, so great. I just have a couple questions that are of particular interest to me, nothing really to do, well, I have one that's to do with this. So I don't understand the fiscal year 24 and the fiscal year 25, let's just call it a freeze in the Marburg and city relationship in terms of what they're receiving and what that means with their, I don't want to be part of the problem that, you know, for 2 years, their employees don't get advancement or wage increases. Is there money that I don't understand, funds being moved around behind the curtain that I don't get, that are allowing Marburg to still stay competitive and socially equitable with what they're paying their employees, despite the fact that we have those 2 years of freezing everything the way it is?
Councilmember Jordan, thank you for that question. No, there are no funds being moved around behind the scenes. One of the reasons for that, and you'll notice we discussed a 15-year contract. So that kind of allows us to spread out those costs over a longer term, and Marburg will be getting increases later on in the term of the contract.
Okay, so let's just say the burden's on them for the first couple of years, and then it catches up later on in the math with us and them, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then just a couple little detail questions. You talked about household hazardous waste being increased, but you didn't say if it was going to be free or not. One of my annoyances recently switched out all my fluorescent tubes in the garage to LEDs, and if I drove to the transfer station, the county wants to collect like $4 a tube, but if I driven to UCSB, it would have been free. And I'm just wondering, in some of those details, are we talking about free collection for household hazardous waste like that?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan, that is correct. These household hazardous waste events would accept all the items that are collected at the downtown facility and the UCSB facility at no charge to the resident.
Okay. Then last question, which has absolutely nothing to do with this. I wondered if you could just talk about the current state of plastics and general recycling, and if we're getting anywhere better than we are. I anticipate when I get if I'm getting new recycling ones, they're going to have less options for what I can put there, and some things will now have to go in the new gray ones as trash. And I'm just wondering if there's anything on the horizon to get back to being able to recycle more rather than send what you would think are obvious recycling things to the landfill.
Yes, Councilmember Jordan, we're working with Marburg and Daly to kind of get, more materials accepted in your bins. Over in the past, with China rejecting certain materials, we have been looking at sources to increase the collection of those materials over time, and we are working with Marburg. Daly and also the resource recovery facility is working on getting more and more materials accepted. I know it's really a global problem, but like California is like whatever the 6th highest economy in the world too. Is there anything going on at the state level that is going to move us in that direction too? I'm going to refer this question to Mr. Schultz. He's an industry leader and a consultant. He's working with jurisdictions all the time. He may have a more informed answer that.
Yeah, happy to do so. Councilmember Jordan, Mayor, council members, staff, and public. Again, Garth Schultz with R3 Consulting Group. Relating to the question, yeah, there is some movement on a statewide level to foster increased recyclability of plastics, and it takes a few different forms. One of those is investment in processing infrastructure, material recovery facilities that would do a better job of segregating the various plastics from each other. There's literally thousands of different types, and you've got to get them by type in order to market them on the international commodities marketplace. So processing infrastructure and improvements in it is one. Another is just a push and a move both at the state level and by jurisdictions throughout the state to try to keep more of their recyclables domestic and have less of that shipped overseas. That's a lot harder to do with plastics, easier to do with paper and fiber products, but there is a push push that direction. Of course, there's a limited supply of the domestic processing and recycling capabilities. It's not something everybody can rush to do tomorrow, but it is a move in the right direction. And then the third area is associated with statewide initiatives for manufacturer responsibility, meaning it's going to be easier to recycle plastics if we're producing and using plastics and packaging that are actually designed to be recycled in the first place, which most of them aren't today. Right. The industries want us to believe that they are all recyclable, but they aren't in practical terms.
Yeah, thanks for that. I find that last one's probably the one that resonates most with me, because we're a product of our own convenience and what we want to pay, and it always goes to the lowest threshold. So
correct. And Councilmember, I did have a response to your first question just around the compensation fix in the first 2 years.
Okay.
A little additional detail that would be helpful. One is that the real reason that was a part of the negotiations is there's a significant operational change that's going to take place in that first 2 years in the move to curbside cart collection, so that both, results in new capital investment for the trucks and for some of the carts, but also a reduction in investment in the number of people on the trucks. Okay. And those folks will be reemployed elsewhere in the operation. But it's for that reason that there's a give and a take to the overall economic situation in those first couple of years. And having done the analysis of Marburg's profitability and the reasonableness of their revenues, from the city's position, and Marburg, of course, agreed, was a reasonable way of achieving the outcome of the new agreement while still protecting ratepayers and having it be a reasonable compensation. It is not the case that the city is not placing any requirements on what Marburg pays its people, or say you can't, have an increase to people. They're free to continue to do so, and are likely, in a position to probably want to consider that on their own. But that's a business term, so it's not something that the city said you can't adjust compensation for employees. It's just that for the purposes of rates going forward and compensation the city pays Marburg going forward, it would just be fixed for those first 2 years.
There's a potential gain too on that also. I would imagine you tell me, and just the wear and tear on bodies and the costs that an employer pays in regards to that too, whether it's real injuries, real work comp, lost time, no labor to replace them, that kind of thing also, right?
Absolutely. I think, and it's hard to quantify that, but yes, those are some of the positive outcomes that they should start to see in the near term.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Are there further questions from council? Madam Clerk, do we have speakers waiting to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, there are no hands raised.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll go to deliberations. Back to council. I will say that having been involved in the last go around with the Marburg contract, that this looks like it hit all the notes. It looks very clean. It looks very, very, very positive. And I also have a lot of faith that Marburg will make a good partner going forward as things come down from the state, changes in laws and whatnot. I think they're nimble enough to pivot with us to do the things that we need to do to stay on top of all the new regulations. So I'm very pleased with all this. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just first want to thank our staff and thank Marburg for going through this. It's been very thorough, and the process enabled us to work with a partner that we've had for many years, and that the community trusts. And it was, as we've seen the results, we're getting an enhanced service. We've been diligent in trying to control costs as well for the public, especially these next couple of years as there's uncertainty with the economy and inflation. And to have the next couple of years, at least this component of it controlled, goes a long way. And just the new amount of services, from the hazardous waste to the curbside pickup, that's happening automatically, and eventually shifting to EV vehicles is just it's a great benefit. So I also appreciate that, we've come through the Sustainability Committee. We've seen this at different points. We had check-ins because it was slightly different process than if we had gone out to solicit bids from other contractors. But every step of the way, Marburg worked with us, our staff worked with us. We had input from the committee. So just really pleased with the outcome, and it'll provide us certainty over the next decade and a half, and with the 5-year option for 20 years to continue to partner with this local business that really rates highly among service with the public. So with that, I'm happy to make the motion to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor, while you're talking on mute.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
You're
Okay,
good.
there we go. Okay, Mr. Jordan.
So I will be happy to second that. And in addition to those comments, what really resonates as one who I think obviously made staff a little bit uncomfortable months ago when suggesting we pursue this path. In addition to Councilmember Friedman's points, what really resonates to me is what you see out on the street and what you see in the responsiveness of Marburg to ideas, our events, programs, whatever pilot program we want to have. Those to me just rise to the level and the true definition of partnership with the city. And I can't be any happier that this worked out well, and doubly happy that that staff is tickled to bring this and present this to with no reservations and ask us to help figure out something that we suggested. I think it's just a great win for all parties, and looking forward to seeing their same great employees out on the street every day serving our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further deliberation comments by staff? Mr. Jordan, you back up, or is that? Okay, there you're not. All right, very good. Well, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. And if there's no further discussion, I guess we will entertain a vote. And that would be a roll call vote from you, Madam Clerk.
Very good. And that is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve the staff recommendation. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good. That's unanimous. And once again, a very big well done to staff. And with that, I believe we can adjourn.